Alright guys, BLM here, back, another live stream. Hopefully I changed the settings correctly. I assume I did. Either way, not much going on. We'll probably spend most of the stream on the player ranking. Trying to get chat up on my phone. I love it like today. Like literally yesterday, like no one that I normally watch was streaming. Today, fucking like almost everyone I normally watch is streaming. So that's lovely. Well, whatever. Um, yeah, I'm generally not much going. I'm generally trying to think like what happened since last stream. I did watch Traders NZ. Um, oh yeah, well, video game stuff happened, but like yeah. Which will also be more by next stream. There'll be what Summer Game Fest and Xbox Showcase. So that should be fun. Um, yeah, I have very mixed opinions on God of War Lao Fei. Is that how you pronounce it? Which like I'm interested, but I not Until Dawn 2. I'm not like Until Dawn 2 is like I don't know why the fuck this is Until Dawn. Like it seems fine. Like it doesn't seem like I don't know. It's like an okay sort of, but like I don't know. I feel like it's nothing like that much more special than like any other like adventure game of that nature. Especially since it's not even like the original developers or anything. It's like kind of just like yeah, might be good. I don't know. Tracy might be on the Gary tier. What, Gary Hogaboom? We'll talk about it. I don't know. I saw there are a couple other suggestions on the in the comments on my player ranking, or on my last VOD. I mean about the player ranking. So I guess we'll like look at that too. I guess. Um, yeah, this is. I know it's Sony. Like they own the IP, but it's like not the same developers, right? Like I there might be people from Supermassive still at that team, but I don't know. It is Pride Month, so yeah. Happy Pride Month. Um, the L is standing for La Grossa, sure. Um, Turning into an Until Dawn 2 movie, I would not be shocked. How dare I not have BB in my top 100? I agree. That's the worst sin I've ever done. What I think is the best non-returnee season. Wait, what do I think is the best non-returnee season tribe of players pre-swap? Um, like, I mean, like winners at war, you would think, right? One of the two tribes there. I mean, I guess villains. Well, villains. Oh wait, non-returnee. Oh, we're saying non-returnee. Character wise or player wise? Character wise, like it might be like Luzon or something. I feel like that's the player wise. Yeah, I'm not sure. What would it be player wise? I think it'll be interesting to look at it. I mean, that's one of the things I kind of want to see with the player ranking by the end. Probably like assess it, um, like character wise, or I mean, assess the tribes. I mean, yeah, I'm not sure who would be player wise from a newbie season. Um, yeah, generally, like, what is even the best? Like, I wonder what the best season is. Because I actually don't even know. Like with Big Brother, I kind of had like a sense. I don't actually even know, like Survivor wise. Um, oh, did I fucking put? God damn it! I wrote this at the end of last stream. Yeah, you're right. It should be second. Whatever. I don't know. Potential ad because they changed the fucking stream title just so I don't look like as much of an idiot. Whatever. Um. Oh yeah, Ken got diagnosed with cancer, which is obviously yeah, that's just sad. Um. Kokon's white tribe. Is it? I mean, you obviously have like returnees that help there. Then what you got Adam and Flicka, which is like, I assume it probably because like the returnee aspect of it probably does help a lot of the like earlier seasons that have a lot of returnees. Like probably like Australian Outback is like probably helped by that, right? Um, yeah, it'll be interesting to again. I'll probably try to do some sort of roundup after we're done with the actual player ranking and just like see stats like that. I think it'll be interesting. Um, yeah, Adam is pretty high in the grand scheme of things. Um, Kucha, I mean, would it be Kucha? I would assume Ogre would be higher than Kucha, right? Maybe. I don't know, actually. Because I guess Kucha does have a lot of returnees, and you have like Roger and Elizabeth who are like high-ish, I guess. Um, I don't know. Yeah, Wizards of War is going to be a massive outlier. Just in general, returnee seasons are going to be higher. Uh, but like it'll still be interesting to see like what newbie seasons are very high. Um, I wish there was a way to do it without factoring in returning seasons. Like because that would also be kind of interesting. But like that'll take way too much work to like reassess each player based on like each like multi-time player just based on like where they were at the time that they played. Like, but that would be way too much work. Um, but it would be interesting to see what that list would end up being. Um, Zane Knight top 700. Like probably not, right? I don't know. It's probably on the edge of that. We can talk about the state of play announcements. Worst newbie cast? I mean, I would assume it's something like actually it's probably Thailand, right? I don't know, Thailand or Fiji, maybe? I don't know. I feel like that's like my initial gut, but I don't know what the actual like answer is. Where is it? This one? Yes. Okay. Yeah, like looking at the player ranking, if I remember right, I mean like Thailand is one where like Thailand's one where there's literally only one blue player, and then like everyone else is like light green or below. So like that's a pretty uh like a pretty bad breakdown there. Well, I forgot Gabon doesn't even have a single player above green. So yeah, I forgot about Gabon. Uh, Nicaragua might be understatedly one of the worst too, because it has a lot of like really bad ones, and then like the good one, like goodish ones, are still not even that good. Um, yeah, that might be. Yeah, I feel like everyone else is like every other cast is like kind of okay. So I feel like those are probably the first ones. Where do I need to be for the player ranking? Like somewhere around here. 16 fans pretty bad. Yeah, but I'm like again, that's a half returnee season. It's like it's tough, and like they're not even that bad actually. Like 26 fans are worse. um, yeah, that's fair. Like some people obviously moved up over time. More and more down on Supermassive lately. I mean, I personally, I've just never been that high on them. I don't know, like Until Dawn's fine. Like it's fine for what it is. It's nothing like too special in my mind, but like it's okay. Like the Quarry's like cringe, but it's like kind of okay. Um, like Dark Picture games are like either mid or again like House of Ashes and the other one, Little Hope, are both like decent enough. I don't know. I just never like loved Supermassive, especially amongst like all these games that make like the graphic adventure games. But yeah, Until Dawn 2, I'm just kind of like, yeah, it exists. Will I play it? Probably, but I'm not like dying to play it. I probably won't buy it at launch. I don't know. Cameron only has Sherry. Yeah, right. He's like the other people that made it far are fucking Eddie and Reynolds. Worst finalist as a player. I actually don't know who is it on this. Is it like Lil? I actually don't even know. You can look that up in a second. Oh yeah, where's Susie? Like I generally don't know who it is. Like I feel like every finalist is at least yellow, if I remember right. I don't think there's a finalist that gave below a yellow. I generally don't know who it is. It might be like Lil's in this tier at least. Like I think Susie might be higher. Yes, Susie's up here. So yeah, it might be Lil. I'm not sure. I'll move chat when we actually work on the player ranking. Like we're not even fucking working on the player ranking yet. Okay, yeah, it's from there. We're gonna start. shouldn't be Lil. I mean, oh, should go either way. Like, I don't feel like that's the most egregious thing. It's like Lil definitely has like upsides, especially towards the end of her season, but like she still like isn't good. Who do you think will be the middle ranked player? I mean, we can kind of get a sense of that right now. Like, obviously, people are going to change or whatever, but like, so yeah, if we like scroll down, like if we get to like 751, like somewhere in that range, well, I guess it can't be, but like 750 something, like that'll be around the middle of the list in terms of the count in the bottom corner. So 750, so it's somewhere in this tier, which feels about right. This is a big tier though, but like the Russ Swan tier. Is Haley Ford in this? Haley Ford is below average? Oh no. I can't believe it. I thought Haley Ford would be the most average Survivor player ever. Worst finalist game is without a doubt Natalie. Which Natalie are we talking? Oh, Tenorelli? I don't think she's the worst player though. I think she's a better player than Lil, in my opinion. Dance Mill being top half. I mean, he's like, I think he's in the top, like, what, 36% or something, right? We calculate out. Yeah, Haley Ford is my gut, like, feeling, is the person that would be in the middle, but I guess she's, like, slightly below. So who would it'll probably, generally, like, Russ Swan's probably not, like, a terrible guess. This is a bit of a mess of a tier, though. This definitely needs to be broken up, but again, we'll get to that eventually. How many people away are we still from this? Oh, we're not that far. We might get to it by the end of... Oh, actually, I found this so funny that, like, at the end of last stream, so, like, through the last 2 streams, we've gone through about, like, 120-ish people. Wait, no, that's not right. We've gone through... Wait, is that right? 126? Yeah, 120... Yeah, through... Wait, okay, wait. Yeah, through the... Yeah, we've gone through about, like, 240 people or so up to this point, I believe. Yeah. So I calculate it out. So, like, it's about 120 people a stream. I calculate out another 120 people, and it lands perfectly, I believe. I guess I might as well... Oh, wait, no, it lands perfectly this time. Oh, that's what it was. That's what it was. This stream. So, like, if we go through the same amount of people, this stream will end right before we talk about Russ Swan. So I guess technically we're going to be right before the halfway point. So there is a world where I can name next stream is Russ Swan, the blank, blank, blank player. And then if you go another 120 people from this point, which is around here, it's fucking Jonas. It just works out like every fucking time that it's someone Rumor Mill video related. It's almost as if it's fate. After that, I'm not sure. After that, it's like, I don't even know who's after that, actually. But still, it's like very funny that it's literally, I guess Candace Cody's not, obviously. But like, you got fucking Philip, then Russ Swan, then Jonas. Who would it be next year? It would be like here, which is a fucking massive tier. So it's kind of a bunch of nothing. Thoughts of Trader Zenzi? It's fine. It exists. I generally have, like, almost no actual opinions on Trader Zenzi. Like, it just... Yeah, it's kind of just, like, generic traders. What was the one thing that they did special? They did the like, traders picked in plain sight, but then they joined them later. It's like, oh, I mean, that's, like, fine. But it's, like, ultimately not anything that's, like, that meaningful. Yeah, Jonas of Survivor Rumor Mill fame. Oh yeah, the fact that I did actually find that funny. Yeah, Keanu and Rachel, like so like that was mentioned when the cast came out. So there's a Keanu and there's a Rachel, and like the fact that they're actually they were actually like going after each other at a point, right? I think Bradley, Keanu, and Jill are the right choices. I mean, Keanu's good. Jill is like whatever. Bradley, this is something I didn't get about the initial pick. Did the producers pick that, or was that just a random draw? the traitor picked in plain sight. Because I actually don't fucking remember. But yeah, Jill just kind of exists. Keanu's fun though, but also like someone that you can kind of expect to be a traitor. Not Bradley from fucking Ghost Island. Talking about Bradley from the Traitors NZ season 3, the greatest Bradley of them all. Is there another Bradley from Reality TV Dive? Okay, cool. Didn't hit me to the mic. But yeah, is there another Bradley? I generally don't know. I assume there's got to be, right? Keanu is in that. Yeah, that's also not Keanu of Big Brother 27 fame. Big Brother 27, Big Brother 28 fame. And was it funny? I don't know. That just didn't, like, I don't know. It doesn't mean anything to me. That, like, I don't give a shit about this random fucking guy that just, I don't know. It's like, whatever. Then again, like, he's obviously, like, he's gonna show up again, right? Like, you would assume. Like, you would assume this is just another, like, Amos. Was that his name from season 1 of UK? They're just gonna bring him back later in the season. And even if they don't, it's like, I don't care about this guy. Like, Brady's real name is Bradley. Source trust me, pro, sure. Ill game. I knew nothing about the Ill game, but supposedly that was like a game that like was announced beforehand. I generally have no memory of that. But yeah, I guess I'll talk about the games briefly. Yeah, Wolverine looks fine. Generally, I feel like the state of play is like it was a lot of stuff that just looked okay. Like, okay, like stream stable out. At any time now. There, I think it did finally. Either way, yeah, Wolverine look okay. Like it's just like kind of what I expected. Like it looks like a kind of gory action game that looks also like a reskinned Spider-Man. Like I'll play it eventually. I don't know if I'm buying it at launch. I don't know. I'm kind of like on the edge where like I'm not like that excited for it, but it looks okay for what it is. So that's something. Oh, this is in order. Well, that's kind of annoying. Yeah, okay. I guess I'll fucking go here just so it isn't fucking stuttering every second. God of War Laufey, like I don't know. It looks good. Like the game looks good. The gameplay looks cool. Like I kind of hate it for what it means for God of War though. It's like I like the concept, and generally I feel like if this is for like a different, not even a different series, for a different game, I would feel much better about it. But the fact that it's for God of War 2018 that they're doing this, I fucking hate it. Because like to me, God of War 2018 is like such a perfect video game. And it's such a deep personal story within like, and like to be fair, I think that might be like in retrospect, maybe that is a criticism of God of War 2018 in itself, the fact that it is so disparate from like the rest of the series, that is so grounded when the other games aren't so grounded. But the fact that like now in the middle of this like grounded like story about this bond between a father and son, we have their fucking mom fighting a fucking demon in fucking hell or whatever. Like that feels ridiculous. Like I don't love it narrative, and like obviously they're gonna fucking do like use this to fucking retcon, and I don't even know if retcon's the right term, because like I assume they're probably just like, I assume this was probably planned for most of it, because like 100% it's gonna be fucking Faye that blows the horn, right? The thing that like that they never fucking explained in God of War 1, that like Corey did an interview saying that, oh, I have again it'll be explained in due time, where like obviously it's gonna be fucking Faye at this point. Like I assume there's gonna be a lot of that sort of shit in this game, where like a lot of things are gonna be explained as, oh, Faye was doing it from heaven and she was like helping them out the entire time. It's like I don't like that. But I don't know. I think it looks cool as a game though. I will play it. I'll probably buy it at launch. I think it's, again, it looks very good from like a technical standpoint. But and like even like as a raw narrative, it's not bad. Like I think it's a cool concept. Like generally, it's such a cool concept. The fact that like Just imagine there's a trilogy, and like maybe it has been done before. I generally don't know. Um, but like a trilogy of games, or like like a trilogy of a story where like the third story is literally just like the first and second story from like a different perspective, and showing how like this other character affected the narrative of the first two stories. Like I think that's a cool concept. I feel like that has been done before. Now I've said it out loud, but either way, I think it's a cool concept. But I hate that's doing that for God of War. For God of War 2018 in particular. Where generally, if it was like God of War 3, like if you did this for God of Wars 1 and 2, like the original like 2 games, like I don't give a shit about those enough. Like it doesn't really matter that much. Like it's not like those are like very like deep like stories in their own right. It's like they're fine. But I think the fact that it's doing it for God of War 2018 is what bothers me more. But yeah, looks cool though. Also, what the fuck are we doing with a fucking cube that is your fucking companion? That sucks. Like, I think that's awful. But whatever. Yeah, there's a PlayStation State of Play. BB28 Returnee Draft. I'm not dying to do it, to be honest. GTA 6 on stream. I could. I'm not, like, dying to, though. Because I really don't care about GTA 6, if I'm being honest. But, like, if I play it, I probably will play it on stream. I don't know. Depends how good the narrative's supposed to be. If I'm like, if it's an actual game that like I care enough about the narrative to like pay attention to, then maybe. But if it's something like GTA 5, then it's like I don't care that much. So yeah, I'll probably stream in that world. Yeah, Jack Quaid voiced the cube, which is even fucking dumber. Again, it depends on, do I care about GTA 6 or not? Like, do I actually care about GTA 6 by the end or not? Because like, GTX is such a like high profile game that it's like will I eventually care? Like if I will eventually care, I don't want my first experience to be me playing it and not like paying attention to the majority of it. I did finish The Boys. I fucking hated it. I forgot I haven't thought about that either. What a fucking shit finale. Like what the fuck are we doing? Like it just feels like so fucking rushed. Like generally like it didn't even feel like a finale for most of the finale. Like the entire season didn't even feel like a final season. Yeah, just like almost everything in that finale was like so rushed. But whatever. I never played a Rayman. Might play Legends Retold. Yeah, it looks fine. I do have the original. I never played the original though, so I don't know. I'm not like dying to play it though. I don't even remember. Did I even hate the Game of Thrones finale that much? I generally don't remember. I probably did. But I don't even really remember it that much. Was this? Didn't do this before, right? Yeah, come on, let's just do this real quick. Oh, Lara Croft. Yeah, Lara Croft remake looks pretty good. I'll give it that. I might buy it. I don't know. I might get into Tomb Raider series for it because I've been not kind of on the edge of like wanting to play the Tomb Raider games. What is this clip? It's from The Boys, obviously. Okay. Oh, this is the Cube Spider-Man thing. Okay, that's what that was. Yeah. Yeah, I still have not watched Back. Probably not happening anytime soon, genuinely. Like, I would not expect to watch it until the season's probably done. Skyward 22, my favorite game aside for Last of Us? No, but it's very high, though. I'll say it's top 10. Actually, generally, I have a list. Yeah, I saw Rob started watching Love Island. I probably won't. Where's my list? Uncharted ranking. Yours is 2, 4, 3, 1. It's probably close. Like I waver on 2 and 4, but yeah, the rest are right. Where is my ranking? Yeah, this is my latest ranking that I made. my favorite games of all time. I moved God of War down. I forgot about that. I moved it down just because I haven't played it in a while, and like it just hasn't really been on my mind. I think it is a near perfect video game though. But I have it at 13 right now. Favorite game of all time is Last of Us. And then Persona 3 is probably my next at this point. Thoughts on Dispatch? I don't love it, to be honest. Like, I mean, I like it. I like it. I don't love it. I think it's probably like my general feel for it. I just feel like it feels very generic. And like that's kind of my overall issue with it. Like it just feels like to me it doesn't really feel like too special outside of just like the comedic tone of it. Is it Persona 3 tied with another game in my ranking? Oh, what Persona? Like, so I tied Persona 3 and Metaphor on my year in gaming video because I didn't want Persona, because like Persona 3 Reload is a remake or even a remaster debatably, but like I don't want that. Like I don't want to make a remake / remaster my top game of the year. So yeah, I made it a tie between that and Metaphor, but like I think Persona 3 is better though. I have a like Persona 3 is a weird one though because like I think the original, like I just have so much respect for it from an artistic standpoint, but like also Reload kind of does take away from the artistic nature of it. How short the episodes are, I think that definitely plays a factor into things. I have started the 50 review. Where do I have Alan Wake 2? 26? Yeah, that's about right. I like it. It's not like a personal favorite of mine, but like I think it's a very well made game. Like it feels like it like I do like how much it plays with like the video game medium. Like I still think the Herald of Darkness sequence is probably like one of my favorite sequences of probably any video game. Is Life is Strange the worst game on the list? Pure quality wise, probably. By the way, these, I don't know why I even bothered with numbers here. Like these don't matter. The fact that like literally I rated like these are like things that like I rated these games like, wait, why is Expert 30 not an 8.5? Yeah, I don't even think these are even consistent then, because I did not rate Expert 30 8.5. But whatever. Witcher 3 top 10 is crazy. Witcher 3 is incredible. I really want to replay Witcher 3. For the 50 review, I get to my daddy one. I am okay. So I'll say about the 50 review. I'm very worried it's gonna take too long. What a shocker. But yeah, I am. So I've worked on it for 2 days now. So first up, Monday I finished the 54 prediction video. That took longer than I expected. I thought I would get it done earlier that day. Didn't. So I didn't really get even a start on the 50 review until Tuesday. So I've worked on it for 2 days now. And writing wise, I'm through Jenna, the Jenna boot. Is where I'm at right now. I literally just got to Jenna being eliminated on writing the script after 2 days, which is already 11 pages long, by the way. So that's a bit of an issue. And to give context, I looked at, so like my longest Survivor review up to this point is Survivor 47. So I went back and looked at my Survivor 47 review. The length of episode 1 of my 47 review is 9 pages. So the fact that I'm not even at the I'm not even at the end of episode 1, because like there's still the Kyle medevac of it all, and there's still like the Billie Eilish boomerang idol of it all. Like just up to the Jenna elimination, which to be fair is like around the 2-hour mark, so like it's kind of equivalent, but still like I'm at 11 pages already. So like yeah. It's probably gonna be long. We'll see. Mass Effect 2 instead of 3. Yeah, I think Mass Effect 2 is probably the better game. I do love Mass Effect 3 too. I didn't put I don't think Mass Effect 1 and 2 or 1 and 3 are on here because like I kind of, for like series like that, I kind of put them as one entry. Like especially for something like Mass Effect, like I just like, this is really more so just the Mass Effect trilogy. Also, why is Black Flag so high? I just realized that Black Flag should probably be lower. If I were to redo this right now, I'd probably have that at 10. Like I'd probably move Mass Effect. Generally, I'd probably just switch Mass Effect in Black Flag if I were to do this right now. Yeah, I already talked about my thoughts on Until Dawn 2. It's whatever. I don't care personally, but I'll probably play it. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that Jenna claims that they switched her and Tiffany, which is kind of weird. Like what would be the intention of that? Like what would be the reasoning? I guess to like split up the old schoolers? But not really, because like at that point she's just with. Well, I guess it is like the 3 oldest school players. Wait, no, her and Tiffany. No, wait, no, I'm mixing up tribes. Yeah, like so Jenna is on Kahlo. Yeah, what different? Like why? Why'd they do that? For Janissary drama, I guess. Is that something they really needed? Like, if anything, I thought they would want to, like, help, like, Suri. Why the production called random players like Tracy? I have no fucking clue. Generally could not tell you. I mean, I assume, like, if I were to guess, if Tracy actually did get called, there must have been, like, some sort of, like, idea. Because, like, we know that they were tossing around themes early on. Like, Jeff did talk about that there was, like, a point where they thought about, like, bringing back a whole bunch of runners up and, like, a whole bunch of stuff like that. So, like, maybe, like, one of their themes was, like, the most screwed over players or something. Like, maybe that was, like, something on their mind. I've seen Savage's recent post about Cambodia. Most of it lines up. Some of it's a bit wonky. Like, a bit retcon. Or, like, he said different things in the past. In pertaining to... Because I did see that he said that he would vote for Keith over Kimmy and Wentworth. Which, like, he said in the past that he would vote for Kimmy. Tracy didn't get called. I mean, she claims she did. As my opinion on 48 changed since my review, I'm higher on it. Yeah. Old Battle of the Eras type theme for 50. Maybe, but like I don't feel like Tracy wouldn't be that though, right? Like if they're doing a Battle of the Eras, I don't think Tracy is the person they're picking to represent the tens. Well, yeah, Danielle claims that she got cut in May. She got cut a few weeks before the cast flew out. That's clearly what happened. I asked producers to put Venus on 54. I don't know. I could theoretically, and then it not happen. I thought about replaying Dispatch. I don't know. I'm kind of on the edge on if I care enough or not. I never did that Life is Strange Reunion either, because I typically do that with these choice-based games. I usually replay it like right after and like do opposite decisions. I don't care enough to do it for Life is Strange Reunion at this point, but I don't know. I still might do it with Dispatch. What's the restorative coach in Danielle? What are we talking about? I'd love to see Rachel Riley on Survivor. I feel less confident on it now. Now we passed Gary on the player ranking, right? Where's he? He's around here. So what is that? That would be top 184. Yeah, so he probably is like 184, maybe like 182, somewhere in that range. Yeah, we talked about that earlier about who's halfway. It's like it looks like it's someone in the Russell Swan sort of tier. Yeah, it's someone in this tier. Not sure who exactly it is. I thought it'd be Haley Ford, but I guess Haley Ford's right below it. But again, well, then generally like we're still like moving stuff around. Oh, you were calling her fucking okay. I No, she's a captain. She's not a coach. She's a captain. She's a captain sports. Yeah, I just don't know if I'm gonna bother with Minecraft story mode. I'll be honest, like I kind of thought about like, am I just done with video game videos like entirely on the main channel? I don't know. Like I was thinking about like maybe doing like video game videos. Like I think I might still do the like year in gaming ones, but like outside, and like I still would like to finish like the major retrospective series. Like I probably still would want to do Walking Dead. I would still want to do like I'm so close to finishing Assassin's Creed, and then what Uncharted, um, is one. I forgot what else I haven't finished, but either way, it's like, I might finish those, but it's like I think in general, video game videos, I'm probably just done with the main channel. I was thinking about maybe doing more shorter form ones on the VOD channel though. Like more just like me rambling on for a few minutes about games, maybe that sort of thing, instead of doing like full blown retrospectives. Because generally, I don't think I'm that good at them. Like obviously, like I don't think my content's that good to begin with, and I feel like especially when there's just so many other like video game like reviewers and commentators. Like I just feel like I don't know if it's even really worth doing them. I don't know. It's just more so at this point like a time thing. I think it's like I'm probably better off like spending more time working on like a 50 review and a 49 review and stuff like that than working on a Life is Strange reunion review. What even is that? Oh, that's Grodner. It's Alison Grodner eating cereal. You don't know the iconic picture of Alison Grodner eating cereal? Um, I know what the fuck that even. Okay, what is that post? Most likely be traded between 8. I think like Shane feels like too obvious, right? I'm not sure. Um, oh, why is it an email? Because it's Grodner. Again, like that's for Big Brother season. We're about to get to Big Brother season. Where would I rank Banu if he won 1,000,000 hearts? Number 100 or 1,000,000. Clearly, he's the 1,000,000th best player in Survivor history. Yeah, so I feel like maybe like more just like yeah, like more like rambly sort of videos where I talk about like general thoughts on games for like 10 minutes or something, like that sort of thing. Um, on the Let's Play channel. Or not Let's Play on the VOD channel. Um, like I think maybe that is also just better for like because like obviously like for the main channel it always was not a particularly great idea to be doing video game videos and stuff on it. Like it just harms your statistics and it harms the algorithm and all that sort of stuff. So I think like relegating that sort of stuff to the VOD channel, which I don't care about as much, is probably also for the better. Also, I don't know, maybe some videos will get an audience to where at that point I can actually monetize that channel. Because I'm it's actually like genuinely kind of annoying looking at the stats for that channel because like to get monetization on YouTube, you need 1,000 subs and you need like 4,000 watch hours. That channel right now has like 800 something subs. So like I'm below 1,000 subs. Watch hour wise though, I'm like 10 times over it. Like I'm literally at like I'm at like 40,000 watch hours on the channel. Like I'm just like so far ahead in terms of watch hours. I just like have almost no subs on that channel. So that's kind of annoying. Chances go wrong Super Idol returns. I wouldn't be opposed to it, genuinely. I mean, like, I don't know. It is a broken twist, but like I also think it is an interesting concept though. But I think it's possible for sure. I'm kind of surprised they haven't brought it back since because I think in their eyes it played out well on that season. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if I did that, it would be on the main channel. If I did reality TV video games, like I think reality TV related would still go on the main channel for sure. Hourglass, I mean, it's not impossible. Gaming channel? Like, what are we talking about? The VOD channel? Or are we talking about the Let's Play channel? Let's Play channel. I don't care about that channel. I don't want anyone to know it exists. The VOD channel, like, I play it sometimes here and there, but I don't know. I'm very anti typical influencer plugging shit. Big fan of the Let's Play channel. I should delete a lot of or like at least unlist a lot of the, because like so many of those videos are me like not actually caring because I didn't expect anyone to ever watch them. So like a lot of them are like with the shittiest mic, or it's like it's literally me like playing games at night, like sometimes like half asleep, sometimes me like eating shit and like stuff. It's like it's so fucking bad. The more recently I've like actually cared a bit more. But like generally, like if you watch like a random video from like 2020, it's like so fucking bad. Um do I think that David Wright's arc in Relation X had an effect on New Era casting? Yeah. I don't know if it's David Wright alone, but I think in general, like seeing those sort of arcs. Which winner plays favorite type of game? From viewer perspective, I mean like Tony, right? Like a very like chaotic but like good game for the most part, like where you're controlling votes. Is that a thing? Like I was gone for 20 minutes. That's funny. Again, that's not the channel I want to get monetized. The channel I want to get monetized is the Marine Review Live. That's the channel I want to get monetized. Again, the Let's Play channel's not anywhere close, and it's also like I don't really give a shit about it anyway. It's all right. Let's see. Open these up. Did I finish talking about state of play stuff? Not really, right? Yeah, whatever. I guess we'll go back to it in a second. Wrong ones? Cool, that one. There we go. Yeah, Let's Play channels, like, I'm only at 177 stuff. And also, it's like, who cares? Like, I generally don't care about this channel at all. Like, this is from like, this channel. Like, literally, yeah, this is pretty much all of my, like, gameplay I was able to record, ever since, November of 2017? Is there a reason why Okayama is the profile picture?
All right, guys, it's BLM here, and I'm going to be doing...
Again, this is literally... Yeah, November 16th, 2017. This is like 2 years before or a year and a half before I started this channel. Was more powerful, an idol or super 50-50 coin? That would actually be kind of interesting. A super 50-50 coin. I mean, like, it wouldn't, though, would it? Actually, no, it wouldn't, because that's literally what the earn thing is, isn't it? That's literally what the earn twist in Australian Survivor was. So I guess that would be pretty shit still. Oh, yeah, the Power Ranger Brant Steel, yeah. And then, during Red Dead, I did, was it a Sony Brant Steel? I forgot. It was like one of those sort of things. But yeah, again, this is literally just all of my gameplay footage over the last, like, 8 years. Like all the gameplay that I use in videos, like, pretty much comes from this. Like, it's so much at this point. I guess that's the end. Yeah, it's what? 8.8 thousand videos? Was it earned to us when an Australian Survivor during Brains of Brawn, when you got voted out, they did it for a week where, like, if you got voted out, you had to break an urn, and then one of the urns said you're safe, and then that person stays in the game. There's about shows during them, like sometimes, like not consistently. Like it's really just like, it was literally just like I would talk about what's going on, or like, because like, oh yeah, this is also like Unity. Like, the big one that I remember is, like, me playing AC Unity. So I did, like, an Assassin's Creed marathon in the lead up to... It's not that one. It's this one. In the lead up to Odyssey. And I think when I finished it, I think it's this one, where, like, I'm ranting about the BB20 result.
Obviously, we'll finish up the game here.
I think it's this one. Let's see. Because I think it's literally why it's 51 minutes.
So weird to me, though. is that like I believe he joined Unity's production. Like
okay, no, that's me talking about Unity. Anyway, like I'm pretty sure the end of this is me ranting about BB20's finale.
Or can we just like literally skip it?
Let's see.
Upper middle tier and everything. And it's
Yeah,
like,
yeah, okay. Here.
For me, and like a lot of people are glorifying Casey's game, saying that Casey and Tyler both those deserving winners and everything. It's like, I just feel like Casey's game is just so much weaker than Tyler's, because Casey's game is solely reliant on whether Tyler wanted to take it to
September
the end or not.
of 2018.
Because she did. She ends up winning the game. There's so many, because she's such a loyal person.
I literally rant for like like 25 minutes about Big Brother. I want to see. Am I still talking about Big Brother here?
What Tyler did here.
Yeah.
With Operation Make Sky My Best Friend is that the initial plan was to have it so that if
dude, fuck me.
She's gonna do kind of similarly the same as like Rockstar's kind of an idiot anyway.
Again, Rockstar's a bit of an idiot.
By a larger majority than she does against Tyler.
Yeah, again, it's literally like me ranting about the result BB20. But yeah, this is one I like. This is something that's very memorable to me. Outside this, I don't know how consistently I'm talking about reality TV. Actually, I remember the inspiration for this channel. I don't know if I can find it though. I don't know if I can find it. I remember like the spark of me wanting to make this channel came from me playing God of War 2018. I don't know if it's even on here. Is it still on here? Because I don't remember. Did I finish that playthrough? Because if I don't finish a playthrough, I take it off. Okay, cool. Like, wait, what? Oh, is it because it's not scrolled? Okay, it's because it's not scrolled all the way. There's no way I'm gonna find this, but I'm interested in seeing if I can. It might be in this. No, this is after I started the channel. Those are not real speedruns, by the way. That's like a casual me trying to finish the game as quickly as possible, not a real speedrun. Is it this one? Or is it... It might be... No. I remember, like, during one of them, I was like... Because, like, this was, like... That was in the midst of me, like, watching all the International Survivor seasons. I think when I was talking about making a new channel with the micro-story mode, I meant more of a game collecting channel. Like a channel to talk about my game collection stuff more so than like a reality TV sort of thing. Where is it? This one? It might be this one. There's no way I'm finding this though. It was in, like somewhere in the middle of this playthrough. I remember there's a point where I kind of had in my head that like, oh, I should start a channel about reality TV. I feel like I even remembered like the puzzle I was playing, but I don't remember where that is in the game. I think it's like probably here. Yeah, I'll start playing the...
Guys, I we're back with what...
Okay, no, it's not here. Because it was in icy area. Whatever. Again, like, I'm never gonna find this. Yeah, we'll start the player ranking stuff. But yeah, like, what I was meant to fucking do by opening all this. This is the channel I want some more subs on. Let me review live. I got, like, I'm, what, 100? Actually, I think they get a couple subs. I don't know. But anyway, it's like, yeah, well, around 100 away from monetization, which, yeah, again, like watch time wise, I'm like well over the the amount I need. But just like actual like raw sub numbers, I'm still below, which is kind of annoying. It went from, yeah, I mean too fair, like people already know though. I mean, it's more so a thing where like I don't want like the general, like again, like people in chat, it's like whatever, but like I don't want the general like YouTube audience. Like I want like a random person that hasn't watched any video of mine outside of my like 50 player ranking to check out that channel. But yeah. Finished every Survivor season in Australia and plan to watch Big Brother. What else should I watch after that? After Big Brother? I I mean, like, are you gonna watch BB Can? I would recommend BB Can. That's pretty good. Is it worth getting the Survivor SA after that, or is there like, is that all the reality TV you ever watched, or? Then what would the next show I would actually recommend? I don't even know what it would be actually. Like I get like Traitors is so big now that maybe Traitors, but it's just like I don't like Traitors as much, but so relive the BB25 premiere stream. Yeah. There's some pretty fun stuff. I need to clip out the me talking about my dream about Rizzo. Like I have an idea of what I'm gonna do with it in the review now. Because that'll just be funny. Traitors is like consistently like fine. I don't think I mean I guess like US season 3 has some like really good moments, but like I feel like it rarely hits like a real high. But this is still probably my favorite videos ever. Old Mace, I've seen Devil's Plan, BB Can. Yeah, BB Can's very good. Have you not watched The Genius? If you like Devil's Plan, obviously watch The Genius. Tres Leches did a BB or chat BCC live, and Savannah and Rizzo are talking shit on Survivor Analytics. That's kind of funny. Isn't Survivor Analytics like Survivor Analytics put Rizzo on his like Survivor Mount Rushmore, right? Or like New Era Mount Rushmore that people were like shitting on. Which like I saw it and I was like, it's not that bad. That's kind of fine. Like I don't know if it's exactly like generally it's like I actually feel like the people that are like because like I believe the New Era Mount Rushmore they had was what D Kyle, Rizzo, and Carolyn, right? Yeah, generally that's what I was about to say. It's like I feel like actually I would just switch probably Carolyn with Q maybe, and like I feel like that's fine. Maybe even like generally like maybe even Kyle with Q. Or like Kyle with like Marianne even. I don't know. It's like I feel like there's like a couple like maybe minor changes, but like it's not that's fine. Like Mount Rushmore. Like I feel like D's definitely there. I feel like Rizzo likely is there at this point, and then like generally I don't feel like I need Kyle on it. Yeah, it's like I feel like Kyle's too boring. And like the thing is about Mount Rushmore that like annoys me is that like everyone talks about it as if it's like the best players. Like that's not what the Mount Rushmore is. Like the Mount Rush like it's not like fucking Mount Rushmore. Like the actual Mount Rushmore is like, you know what, these are the 4 best presidents of all time. Like it's literally just meant to be a like a representation of who's like the most like memorable at the time that you're making it, right? Like who's the most like iconic like at the time. And it's like is Kyle like one of the top 4 most iconic New Era players? Like I don't know. I don't feel like he is. Like even when it comes to 48, it's like were people really like I feel like Joe and Eva were the bigger talking point than Kyle. Like if anything, I feel like Joe would be on the Mount Rushmore more than Kyle. But yeah, I would go D, Rizzo, Q, and then like Carolyn or Marianne probably. I feel like there's another person that was in. Oh, Rachel. Rachel's also one that's an option too. I don't feel like Genevieve's on it. Obviously, again, like I do like Genevieve and everything, but like Genevieve's not like one of the top 4 most iconic New Era players. Percentage that we'll see Rizzo in 54. I would say like 80%, maybe 90%. I would be very surprised. After 54 try, I mean, like, yeah, maybe. Like, if she has another good run, then yeah. But I think as of right now, it's like, I don't even know if she's on the Mount Rushmore Survivor 50, let alone the entire New Era. Rizzo mentioned on John Oliver? What? Is that a thing? Wait, what happened in Survivor Sweden? Fans in the jury voted for 2 people to come back at the final 2, and those 3 were competed in 2 challenges at a live reunion determined the final 2, and then jury. That sounds awful. But that, I guess that's like non-English language Survivor for you. Where'd Emily land on this? She's higher than this, right? There she is. Is this top 100? Might. Yeah, I think she is top 100 somehow. Isn't she on the edge? Yeah, she's literally right on the edge. She's like 98 or something. Like this. Yeah, this grouping is what, 95 to 98. So that's kind of funny. Avery's role being scrapped is so sad. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if I would have loved it in the way that they were talking about it. Like, because, like, I don't know how it would have worked to begin with, in the way they were talking about it. But, like, I think in general, the notion that there's no Ave versus the World 2 is sad. But, like, I don't think it's impossible depending on how things play out. But, like, I think this next season will have to do very well. Yeah, what was this? Dude, this is a fucking 29. I'm not gonna. Oh, it's okay, 17. Oh, okay, actually, yeah, Rizzo actually is mentioned. That is insane. Okay. Like, do you imagine? It's literally Trump and then he goes to Rizzo.
That is simply not how the English language works, but okay. Then, in the middle of another thought, he switches from speaking in the third person to the first, like a Survivor contestant in Confessional who's only eaten coconut water for 3 weeks. Rizzo's playing well. Rizzo's dominating. I'm going to faint. Rizzo going down.
How is this not about Riz God?
If you looked at a transcript...
Like, I thought this was going to be a thing, like, making fun of, like the way that Trump talks or whatever. And they're going to be, like, making a reference to Riz God or whatever, but I guess not. Where's Heidi? We moved her up. I don't remember how high. Somewhere in this range, right? Where is she? She's not this low, right? Yeah, we moved her higher than this. How high did we move her? Oh. That feels too high, but whatever. It's like bordering on top 100. Oh, what were... Okay, yeah, there were 2 comments in the... oh, I guess we'll... should we start the play ranking? Is there a couple things I do want to talk through? If Aubrey was the first boot, would I have a higher opinion of her as a player? No. Like, because, like, especially because, like, this would be a first boot where it's like she actually played poorly to be a first boot. Like, it's not like because it doesn't really feel like a legacy sort of thing where, like, it's not like people are like so scared of Aubrey from previous seasons. More so just like Aubrey just didn't fit in and she just kind of sucked. It's like, no, I feel lower on Aubrey. Yeah, Rizzo is a dominator. That is what he is. Yeah. 51 played the most dominant game in Survivor history. I'm sure that... I don't even know. Is that even possible to happen on a New Era season? Generally, I don't even know if it's even possible for someone to play like a Kim Spradlin sort of game on a New Era season of Survivor. Which is like how like hectic everything is. Like how many, like how twist heavy seasons are and everything nowadays. Like I just generally don't even know if that's even possible. How thinks Fitzgerald played a better game than Aubrey? Play a better winning game than Aubrey. Like, I could see it. Like, I think she has a better early game. I think Aubrey's end game is better. Like, in the sense that, like, at least Aubrey didn't need a Joe Medevac. Like, a sort of situation to get to the end. I think we literally talked about the Suri thing before. Like, Suri's, like, a different spot because, like, I think in this spot she'd be... Actually, I guess not really, actually. I guess she wouldn't be taken out because of legacy. She'd be taken out because of, like, physical strength, right? If that happened this time around. Yeah, Michelle's early merge was good. Like, good. Like... I don't know. How it's good, but not great. Like, it's good in the sense that she's in the majority and she's, like, controlling... Like, in a position to control some votes. The problem is I don't even know if she's making the right calls for her game. Like her taking out Nick is not the right move, right? So we're like, yeah, it's like I don't know. Michelle plays the first time not knowing the game too well, is competitive, has likability. Aubrey plays 3 times before. I mean, I feel like that's not part of a winner. Like that's not really part of the like my assessment of their winning game too much. That's more what I would factor into a player ranking. Better game, Michelle Winners at War, Aubrey 50. Aubrey 50. She need to be carried. She didn't need to be carried, bro. Yeah, she just need to be carried by a Joe Medevac. Fun the premiere, boring. Skip episode 2. Yeah, I don't know. Love Island just like it doesn't really interest me. Like I feel like I'm much better off watching like a compilation of Love Island clips than watching like the actual show. Like there's just way too many fucking episodes. Speaking of that, since last stream, I've not watched that much. Like I haven't so I'm still trying to watch One Piece. I don't think I've watched a single episode of One Piece since last stream. I did finish Laced Up Lauren's Amazing Race 30 watch through, which is a very mid season. I kind of have it like near the middle of my overall season ranking. It's okay. Also watched the very beginning of her 31 watch through, which she's literally watching right now. Which, yeah, I mean, not really that much to gauge from that. Like she doesn't know who the majority of the people are anyway. What was the other thing? Obviously the PlayStation event. I forgot. Did we? What else was there to talk about from that? See if my fucking computer crashes just from looking at this. Yeah, Rayman we talked about. I don't care about Marvel Tokon, but for people that do like it, that's cool. I don't really have much of an interest in this game, but it looked fine for what it is, but not really for me. Bunch of Chef, that looked okay, but again, also not really like I haven't even played Dave the Diver or anything, so I don't know. Tomb Raider looked cool. That looked good. Makes me want to potentially get into Tomb Raider. Lost Wild, that looked okay. Wow, looked like an okay like horror sort of game. Phantom Blade Zero just not really my thing, but I don't know, maybe I'll try it out eventually. Dune Awakening, I don't give a shit about. Dynasty Warriors 3 Masters, whatever. I have nostalgia for the original, but like I'm not like clamoring to play the remake. I don't give a shit about No Rest for the Wicked. Onimusha still looks cool. I'm not like dying to play it though, but it looks cool though. Silent Hill Townfall. Yeah, I don't know. I still haven't played Silent Hill F, so I don't know if when I'm ever playing this. Ace Combat 8, I don't really care. Stuntman Hollywood, actually, that looked pretty cool. Like, I actually really love Stuntman Ignition. That was a game I played a lot as a kid. To where, like, this looked kind of cool. I expected it to be very mid. But, looked cool, though. Looked cool, but, like, it's not something I'm not that interested in. Control Resonant looks good. I'm not sure if I'm buying it at launch. I probably won't, but I'll play it eventually. Looks good, though. Then yeah, Marathon, who cares? Who cares about RuneScape? And then Until Dawn 2 is, yeah, kind of just whatever. So, that's pretty much all that. Was there anything else I want to talk about for the player ranking? Generally trying to remember. So yeah, I talked about the 50 review. I did rewatch the premiere. So that's what I'm doing too, is I think I'm just going to rewatch the episodes as I get to them. Because I was debating on like, do I just like, binge the entirety of 50 right now, or do I watch them as I get to them? I decided to just watch them as I get to them, so I've only watched the premiere. I'll probably watch episode 2 probably tomorrow. But yeah, premiere's still good. Again, I do think it kind of loses pace towards the end. There are so many like pretty impactful moments throughout it though, like great callbacks to previous moments in the show's history. Yeah, is there anything else? I feel like that's probably at that point. Probably lost immunity in Fire and was the final juror where she landed final juror ranking, like pretty low. I generally don't remember it, but like very low. Have I seen the iconic Natalie Michelle cameo? Like, yes, like it's in, like I've used it in like multiple videos at this point. Then the Parv Bottom video. Did I use the Parv Bottom video actually? I don't remember. I think I meant to, but I forgot if I ever actually did. I don't think I did. Ace Combat piqued your interest? Yeah, it looks fine. I mean, it's just that, like, overall, I'm not, like, a big Ace Combat guy, but, like, for what it is, it looks, like, good. I'm not sure. Like, I'm just not gonna actually like, play it, though. Like, it's, like, one of these series that I think I'm probably just, like, never gonna actually really get into, but maybe someday. Best seasons filmed back-to-back. Yeah, Kageon Blood vs. Water is very good. The problem is that there's not a lot of like really good like back-to-back seasons. I guess like generally 45 and 46 might be up there, just because like it feels like it's very difficult to find one that's like very good that's back-to-back. I mean, like 31 32 is pretty good. Yeah, like are we including pre-19? Because like obviously at that point it's like it wasn't like in the same way. Or like it's not like they were literally filmed back to back. It's like they were all filmed like within like a few months apart. Where yeah, like China Migration, they weren't filmed back to back. It's like it's not really the same like thing. Like they're filmed like months apart from each other. But it's like because I feel like if you're going like pre-19, then it's like it just becomes a bit wonky because it's not like there actually is like a real back-to-back there. So it's like it's just really like any two seasons that were like next to each other then. So White Heroes vs. Villains is pretty good too. Yeah. Yeah, I like Edge. Yeah, Edge of Extinction Day vs. Goliath is probably decent too. I doubt they would have an announcement this soon for Big Brother. Like maybe by this time next year they can have an announcement for Big Brother. Like this seems very soon. For them to already make a deal for the rights to Big Brother, especially for Big Brother Canada. Like, I think there's but even would they even announce that now? Would they just wait until next year? Because it's not like they would, because like Global still has the rights for this year, right? So like, why would like CTV like announce, hey, next year we're gonna get Big Brother US? Like that's kind of a weird thing to do. And when it comes to Big Brother Canada, again, like I just think it's like very unlikely they've bought the rights to Big Brother Canada already, but I guess it's not possible. I kind of miss BB Can, but I also don't. Like I miss BB Can watching it, but I don't miss BB Can like covering it, if I'm being honest. I was like I feel like yeah, like with shows like BB Can, like even Australian Survivor, I think I probably just enjoyed it more not having to actually cover them, at least that as intensely. Like at least, oh yeah, that's another thing I wanted to talk about that I haven't talked about yet. It's so fucking weird working on a review right now. Like that's something that's also come across my mind. It's been a long time. Like it's very funny how like I haven't worked on a review since Big Brother 27 ended. Like that review came out what, like October. So it's been like 8 months since I've worked on a review. Like it feels very weird. Like getting into like the normal like flow of working on a review. Because like since then, like it's been like the Rumo video, which is like an entirely like way different like process. And then like shorter scale like casting and like top 10 videos and that sort of thing. So yeah, like getting into the review, like literally like having to like comb through all my notes and like I don't know, like all that sort of, it's just like it's such a like different experience. Where yeah, it feels weird like actually like getting back to it, but yeah. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, I am worried that I'm not gonna hit the finishing the video by the end of the month at this rate. We'll see. I'm like episode 1 is obviously the longest episode of the bunch, so like maybe it'll go faster after this, but based on the pace of episode 1, it's not looking great. But again, we'll see how it goes. I'd rather than bring back BB Can or South Africa, probably BB Can, to be honest. Yeah, I detoxed from it essentially. Yeah, it's kind of this weird thing too, where like I don't actually really have much. It's like in terms of like things outside, because like I'll still do this for mainline Survivor US, or like Survivor US, like and Big Brother US. for shows outside that, like, I really don't have the interest in it anymore. Like, I don't feel like making a 4-hour AE Redemption video. Again, will I still eventually make a 45-minute AE Redemption video? Maybe, probably. But I generally have like no interest in making a like 4-hour AE Redemption video right now. What is this? Is this the real her? Is this the real her? I guess it is. That's insane. She actually responded to that. Would I cancel a challenge to bring up BB Can? That one's a bit tougher. Probably not, just because like we still have BB US. Or like the challenge is its own like kind of separate thing, and like I do like BB Can more than the challenge, but like I would still rather have like something like as unique as the challenge there than BB Can. Forced Tori to have a job. I mean, she isn't she already doing shit? Like, doesn't she have like she's an author, right? That's a thing. But yeah. Gonna be depressed if Australian Survivor gets canceled. Yeah, Australian Survivor's been very, very good. Very recently, but yeah, I'm not feeling great about the long term. Oh yeah, I forgot. I did want to redo the Sporkle. I want to see if I can get 100% this time around. Yeah, I did see that. So yeah, did Jordan break up with that singer person that he was dating? So I don't know. Maybe they're back together. Good for them, I guess. Is Jones worth a watch? Yes, kind of. I think it depends. I don't know. Modern challenge, Old school challenge, there's definitely some very good seasons. I don't know if it's like the top show that you need. Like if you're like just getting the reality TV, I would not recommend the challenge be the like one of the main shows you start watching. But yeah, there's definitely some like really good seasons. I think the problem with the challenge that like a lot of it feels like, because like all these people come from other shows, that there's a lot of like backstory that feels like you kind of need. Yeah, Diner's her name, right? Yeah, Diner's gonna be on Battle DX's 3. Yeah, it's not really like a must watch, but I think there's some like really good stuff though at points. All right, I think we'll do. Actually, wait, we're an hour and 13 minutes in the stream. That's pretty insane. I didn't realize it had been that long. But I'm on the right screen already, aren't I? Yeah. Player ranking. We'll work on this for the next 3-ish hours. We'll see how far we get. I at least want to get the Russ Swan, because that means we're at least like on a steady pace of getting through the same amount of people every stream, which means we'll have this done in like, we'll have this phase of it done in like 4 streams. And I would expect the final phase to be very quick, considering we kind of already have an idea of what we're doing, but like, we'll see. Oh yeah, I forgot about it. I do need to move chat. Yeah. Yeah, I guess just turn on. So again, you can't scare me if any Rocky fucks. But yeah, alerts are turned off. Or I see Matt or Jason play again. Genuinely, maybe Matt. Actually, I think Matt probably had more to give than Jason, but like neither though. But yeah, okay. There was a couple things I wanted to talk through before we continue on. What was the one that someone brought up earlier in stream? I forgot what that was, but there was okay, actually I'll just look up. Which if you want yeah, if you like, so like people like commented on the last VOD. So I guess we might as well like talk out these things. Okay, so the first thing someone said from the last VOD is that Gabler should be Troyzan level. Oh yeah, you said Tracy. Yeah, that's what you were talking about, Tracy. Where's Tracy on this? Tracy is here. You think she should be Gary level? Where did I have her before? I had her lower, didn't I? I had her here, right? Or not? Gary level. I think the issue I have with that is that Tracy starts off on the bottom. Yeah, it's like Chet didn't quit, she'd be in the Gary spot. Like maybe, but we just don't really like fully know. Like because even with that plan, I just don't know if Amy actually sticks with it. Like I ultimately feel like Tracy's still just a player that's like more potential than like reality, I guess. It's like because like we do see her do some good stuff with like manipulating Joel in particular. But outside that, it's like a lot of her plans don't go through. So I don't know. I think I'm not really, I'm not dying to change her here. The other thing was Gabler should be Troyzan level. What is that? Where's Gabler and where's Troyzan? Gabler is, I forgot Gabler's a high. Where is Troyzan? Fuck's Troyzan? I don't even know where Troyzan is. I think he's higher, isn't he? Yeah, he's literally here. I don't know. Should Gabler be that high? I think the thing about Troyzan, because like I think, and like this is something I thought about right away when I saw the comment, but like still, it's like I feel like the issue I have with that is I feel like Troyzan is someone that like makes it deep every time he plays. I don't think that's the case with Gabler. Like Gabler is someone that like would have theoretically been voted out on his original tribe had he not had an idol. And yeah, he was like, and like I'm too fair. It's not like Troyzan had win equity or whatever on the appearance they got towards the end. But yeah, like Gabler also like he did want to go to the end with Jesse. It's like even though he got to his optimal final three, he didn't really want to get to his optimal final three. So yeah, I think this is fine. I think the other comment was about Sierra, if I remember right. Yeah, Sierra should move up, which like I could kind of see that. Like Sierra was one that I was like debating on last time. I think the thing with Sierra was that I feel like she should be with Jenna. Like with Jenna Lewis. And like we kind of talked this through last time, is that should we move her up here? And like I'm not really opposed to it. Especially because like Yao Man's here. Like, is there that big of a difference? I mean, I guess there is because I don't feel like Yao Man did as much wrong. But then again, like there kind of is a difference between Sierra and like Jenna, even because like Jenna, I think like actually plays 50 horribly. Like Sierra, like doesn't really do that much wrong on Game Changers. Like she's just like the easy like boot who has like a bad reputation. So it's like I don't know. Like she's like a physical liability, has a bad reputation. She's just kind of like an easy person to vote out. Like we don't really see her like make any like big fumble on that season. Trying to think of their other appearances though. Like Jenna has Jenna's probably closer to actually winning to a degree. I don't know if she was a target from the very beginning, but like I think once they actually got close to tribal, it was like, well, we could just vote out Sierra. She's like not good at challenges. Like I think that was like kind of the overall mindset of things. I remember the edit tried to like paint it as she threw out someone's name, right? I don't remember whose. Was it just Michaela's that she threw out Michaela's name and they were like, oh my god, she's playing hard. She threw out Michaela's name. It was something like that, right? It was like, that was pretty dumb. See, I don't know. I'm kind of debating on it still. I still feel like her and Jenna do feel like kind of similar though. I kind of want to just like, and I think we talked this through last time. It's like Savage and Penner are better, and like maybe they are. Like Savage is someone that like Sierra, like so when Savage gets taken out Cambodia, like Sierra was on the bottom already. Sierra's well liked though. Debatable? I don't know. She's not hated at least. So yeah, like in comparison to Jenna. Brenda's probably too high. That might be the case. I think, yeah, I think generally I kind of want to move Sierra up to here. Brenda's a weird one. I think I'm going to stick with this. Like Sierra, like, I mean, not Sierra. Brenda is still someone that like, I think still makes it deep almost not every time she plays. She's like the type of player that's like good enough physically, like good enough, like social strategy wise, where she's going to make it deep. Again, like the problem is that like she's a bit messy strategically her first time around, second time around, she didn't give a shit enough. To where, like, it's kind of like a spot where like I wish she kind of mixed her two appearances. To like feel like, because I feel like if that was the case, I would feel better about having her this high, but I feel like she does have the potential to be this high. But generally there is, I kind of can see her being moved down here though, because like generally, like, is there that much of a difference between her and Candace? And like I kind of can see the Zeke parallels, especially like her in Nicaragua with Zeke. But generally, me doing that kind of makes me want to move these people down too. Is kind of the issue. Like now I'm looking at, I kind of feel like this is like kind of a pseudo tier. Maybe not exactly. But yeah, I actually do really like the Zeke Brenda comparison. Now that I've thought about it, I actually feel like that feels pretty in line. And I kind of feel like Corinne feels in that tier too. I'm trying to think of like what the differences are. Corinne's active both for seasons. I mean, so is Zeke. Like Corinne's like an active player, but not necessarily like an optimal player. Is Kenny top 100? I don't believe so. I don't even know he's top 200. Where's Kenny? I'm pretty sure we passed him already, but he's here. So what is this? It's probably around top 200, if I were to guess. Oh, not even top 210. So yeah, he's not even top 200. Yeah, I guess she was like influential there. Yeah, and I think that was the thing that I credit her for. Like, she was at least like, she was actually playing optimally in the post merge of like in the merge round, her boot round in Caramoan. Yeah, I'll keep this for now, I guess. Part of me kind of wants to just like mix this tier with this tier, actually. Because I feel like there's probably some intermixing. I don't know. I think we'll leave it like this for now. We can debate that a bit more later, I guess. Oh, all right. Let's get to the actual thing we're meant to do. Where are we going to? We're going to here. So this is where we left off, is with this tier of people. We got what? Sue Hawk, Twyla, Katie, Dreams, Philip Shepard, the specialist, Abby Maria, Angelina, Teeny, Ben. Ben Katzman. T-Bird's higher. We passed T-Bird, I'm pretty sure. Like, I would say she's probably, like, around top 150 to 175-ish. I think Shan's too high. Where's Shan in this? We passed her, right? Oh, did I put her that high? Okay, where did I put her? Up here. How'd she get that high? Did I mean to put her high? Oh yeah, I think I remember why. Because I think the thing was like she's like a worse like Omer, like a slightly worse Omer, I think was what I was kind of thinking. I think now that we have this kind of like I can kind of see her here. I feel like her being high is still fine. Like because like Shan is still someone that like completely ran her entire pre-merge tribe, like all the way down to 2. And then even in the post-merge, she was able to like essentially form a new majority when she was like a 2-person group and like was running that majority. Like that's pretty insane that she was able to do that. It's like, yeah, she fumbles the end game or like the end of her game. Like I think, yeah, and the Seer round's terrible. And then, like she mismanages Deshawn and Danny and them. But I still think the early parts of her game are like very, very good. Yeah, I stand by. I think it's like the thing is like if we're having Omer and like Drew Basile this high, I do feel like Shan is this high. Like I feel like Shan is not that far away from them. Her own numbers flipped on her. I mean, like, so like a lot of these people. Like, I don't know. Yeah, a lot of these people had their own numbers flipped on her. Like Heidi, like is all the way up here. I mean, Heidi, that feels too high for Heidi. Also, at this point, I don't know. Like Heidi should not be higher. Like I feel like Heidi should be Shan level. Mm, I don't know. Well, let's do here. Heidi made it deeper and did less wrong than Shan. I guess. I feel like what Shan did was probably more impressive, though. But yeah, she did take our clothes off for chocolate peanut. That is true. I think I'll leave this. I still think what Shan was able to do is very impressive. She definitely has faults as a player, but like all these people do. Like yeah, again, like generally, like even when we get here, it's like I still think there's a lot of people, like a lot of things to call out with these sort of people. It's like again, I think it's generally just a spot where like most players are not good. It's like yeah, like Shan has a lot of faults, but like all these people, like generally, it's like Shan from her one appearance is like better than Zeke in both of his appearances. I stand by Shan being at least in that range. But yeah. How do we want to break up this tier? We got so like some of these people are runners up, some of these people aren't. Actually, most of these people are runners up. I think only Sue and Abby aren't. So we got Twyla. How do we break this group up? I feel like Philip and Twyla, maybe. And like Philip here is helped by the fact that he has Kara Moen. Like pretty big goats, but at least had like a lot of like influence in the game. Not sure what to do with Sue. I feel like Katie and Teeny is kind of what I was thinking there, of like were in like pretty big swing positions at a lot of points in the game, but weren't really like we're never like that well poised to win the game. I guess to be fair, if like Katie was in the majority the entire time. Sue should be lower. I mean, maybe. But, like, I still feel like Sue has, like... If we're talking about her Borneo game, it's like, I don't think it's that different from, like, a Twyla. Yeah, I mean, like, I think it's, like, kind of a double-edged sword of, like... Yeah, Katie is not as well liked as Teeny was, but at least was, like, more of an actual, like... Was essentially the person that... She was, like, the kingmaker of her season. Like, Teeny wasn't as much, but Teeny, like, was more liked, and at least, like, could theoretically win. Like, I think, like, if Teeny got to the end against, like, what? Like, Sue and Andy. Like, Teeny's at least the front runner. Coming in the final tribal. But in general, I feel like this is kind of, like, a mess of people. I don't know what to do with Angelina at this point. Even like Abby Maria, like Abby Maria's just kind of shit. On the one pretty much trial, yeah, but she was never in danger anyway. Like she would have gone home anyway. Like even if like Koror went to every tribal, like she's there at the end. It's like I guess it's like obviously if she went to every tribal, then like would she have the numbers coming into the merge? But like outside of that, it's like she was the best positioned person on Koror. It's like based on her position on that season, like the fact that she only went to one pre-merge tribal doesn't matter that much. Like essentially the game plays out as if it was the entire the game plays out as if they went to tribal every like a pre-merge tribal. Like that's pretty much what Palau is by the end. Is them running down Koror to 2. I feel like Dreams is sloppier. I kind of feel like is Dreams too high here, maybe? Ben Katzman being here is probably with Teeny is probably still fine. I guess there's even like some debates on like could some of these people be moved up a little bit to like some of these tiers. Yeah, no, this is just kind of a mess. Is Teeny okay? Yeah, that's the thing. Is like I feel like maybe move these people up to here. Bob and Wu are just like kind of weird players, right? Like Bob and Wu, it's like obviously very different, but like Bob won, Wu like almost won, but like by complete accident. Whereas like generally, I probably do have more faith in like Teeny and Ben. Seeing them make a move at all in the post merge. I mean, she tried to when she recognized she was on the bottom. Even that she was involved in the Jamie vote. And she seemingly had like a good amount of win equity. Trying to like she's at least trying to get to Stephanie. No, I think Cindy's fine. Like I think Cindy's like probably better than Julie Berry. I don't know. Like I think this is a fair like comparison. I think there's a shot these people move down though. Because like Katie Gallagher, like, she's probably in, like, this tier, realistically. Like, I feel like this tier is, like, essentially like, especially, like, Charlie, actually. Maybe Charlie separate, because I feel like Charlie and Katie Gallagher are, like, around the same. I guess, like, Charlie's more affable for the most part, but, like, they essentially were people that were, like, if their best case scenario played out, it was more so them, like, deciding who wins than them actually, like, winning themselves. Okay, what the fuck? How the fuck did that happen? But I kind of like that. I kind of do want to move Katie up to that. And, like, maybe, like, Teeny and Ben is also in that category. But, like, they themselves are not major threats. But, like, I guess, like, in comparison to Charlie, yeah, okay, is Charlie just too high, or is that fine? I think maybe that is just fine, having, because, like, you say Charlie was screwed out of being in the position that these players were in. And then, I mean, I kind of just feel like maybe some of these players should just be moved up. Dreams and Dean are similar. I can kind of see it, actually. Yeah, it's like I kind of feel like maybe Charlie's just too high. I don't know. I think it's actually, I think there's an argument that Dean is better. Where's Dean, actually? Dean's, like, low, right? I guess, like, Dean's lower because, like, he also started off in a pretty bad position in the game, like, had to be saved by an idol and that sort of thing. But, like, Dreams' like endgame position is, like, not even that great. Or, like, he was gonna be voted out at 4 had he not given up immunity there. Twyla should be above Dina. Yeah, that's fair. Again, I feel like Twyla is definitely someone that's sticking out to me as, like, someone that's probably too low here. Like, obviously she was a big go at the end, but also I think she actually played a fairly strong game there. Where do I want to go with her, though? I kind of want to actually go all the way up here. Like, it, like, feels like a pretty big jump, but, like, I feel like she's actually just, like, way too low. We haven't even ranked Philip yet. Because, like, also considering, like, she was in a spot where, again, she was, like, on a women's tribe. Like, that was a spot where, like, she didn't think she, get along with the women, and, like, was still able to, like, get into a good spot there. Again, the problem with her is that she's, like, so confrontational, and, like, I don't know how intentional. Like, it feels like she's a very, what's the right term? Because, like, she's not an emotional player, but she's an emotional person. I think is, like, the issue I have with Twyla. Where, like, ultimately, more times than not, she plays the game strategically. Like, she makes a strategic call for her game that she thinks is, like, actually the best strategic call. But the problem is that her path there is by her, like, yelling at people and, like, pissing off Eliza and Julie and, like, stuff like that for, like, no reason. And again, that, like, completely burns her, like, her win equity, which is, like, a major, major issue. I kind of want to at least move her up here. I think it's kind of my current feeling. It's like, these are also goats. I think Twyla had, like, probably just as much influence. I get again, like I think the reason I rated Twyla so low is just because of how bad her social game is, and like how like, particularly like how confrontational she is. But like ultimately, like strategically, I think she navigates through the game probably better than these sort of people. And yeah, it's like I actually don't feel like there's that big of a difference, especially between her and like Missy. And I actually feel better about her strategically, probably. So I kind of feel like this feels like at least bare minimum fine. I'm not sure if I want to move her higher than this. I guess like you can maybe argue her of Cass, because like Cass is like kind of a similar thing of someone that like pisses off people, can't really win. If anything, Twyla probably had like more actual agency than Cass did in like in Manawatu versus Kageon. The thing that boosts Cass a little bit is the fact that I think Cambodia is at least kind of good at the beginning. Like the fact that she comes in that season like pretty dead to rights and she's able to like make people like not hate her, I think is kind of impressive. But yeah, I kind of do feel like is there that much of a difference still? I kind of do want to just move her up here, which like is such a massive jump. Was she well positioned, Cambodia? I mean, she was not the initial target. Like Monica and Sierra were lower on the pecking order on Bayon. She was in seemingly a good spot at the swap at least. Like coming into the merge, like she was never in the core of Bayon, where that was always like Jeremy and like Savage and Joe and like those sort of people. But before the Woo move, at least, like she wasn't like the first target. Sierra's ass. I think Sierra, like there's strong suits there for Sierra. Like she's a very active player, and like again that comes with like positives and negatives. Let's see. Yeah, I think I'll leave her here. I think I'll put her probably right below Cass by the end. Because some tiers is too low and too high. I mean, that's kind of what we're trying to fix with this. But ultimately, it's like, I just think with the list this big, it's like, there's always going to be things that people are going to be upset about and like things that you could argue. Otherwise, it's kind of like, you're never going to get like a list this big, like that perfect. Like there's 1,000,000,000% things I'm going to be like 6 months from now looking back and listen, oh yeah, that was wrong, what the fuck was I thinking? But like that's just, again, like there's no fucking way that's not gonna happen if like a list this big. Let's see. So Abby Maria, do I put Abby Maria with Angelina? Like I don't think they're obviously a 1-for-1, but like ultimately they are both like multi-time players. Abby Maria makes it deeper, like I guess average wise both times. But like doesn't actually get to the end, and the fact that she doesn't get to the end is pretty egregious actually. But she is in a like kind of a power go-esque position at a point in that in Cambodia at least. Really, it's like it's kind of like Abby's pre-merge is like Angelina's like kind of end game stretch, I guess, in David's Goliath. I feel like Abby's better than Julie. I don't inherently like I think based on like potential, I don't. Based on resume, it's like, I don't know. The CEO of Take-Two is a playable wrestler. Why? remember we thought Angelina had potential. I mean, like, I don't think she doesn't have like any semblance of potential, but like, we didn't see any of it on 50. um. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I'm debating on where exactly I want to land her. Like, because I don't feel like I could see an argument that they should be higher. Like Abby, for the sake of like she made it deep into the game twice. Angelina, for the sake that she's at least like, again, she's a fluid player. Like she's able, like she's willing to like flip against. I don't know, like when she's on the bottom, she's able to like maneuver through the game like fairly dynamically. There, the problem is like she can't really win the game. But even then, like supposedly Kara was a bigger goat than her. Like it's not even like she was like the least respected on the entire cast or anything. Um, hmm. I kind of want to at least go above them, above Bob and Wu. Angelina should be above Reed. I don't know. Like with Reed, I just give him a lot of credit for like almost pulling off a 4-3-2. See, Abby cannot win Survivor. Bob quite literally did. I mean, yeah, it's kind of fair actually. um. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think it's like the more I think about it with Abby, like there's just no fucking way a jury's ever going to vote for Abby to win the game. And like, I think in the comparison with Bob, at least, it's like Bob won. Like he can at least he can win. Like Abby, I generally don't think can win. Maybe Julie should move down. I feel like Julie is fine in comparison to the people we've talked about so far, at least. Or like I think it's more so a thing where like other people might move up. But I feel like Julie is fine in comparison to like everyone outside of Angelina. We talked about up to this point. Abby's like a worse sugar. Again, worse. I don't know. Like Abby made deep twice, Sugar didn't. So like at least there's that. Like maybe they should be closer together though. But Angelina, maybe Angelina here. Or maybe Angelina here. Like at the top of this grouping. Like I feel like like to me, like gut wise, I feel like Angelina feels worse than Katie. Yeah, I think she's worse than Katie. Maybe not by much. Actually, I don't know. Maybe she is just here though. Yeah, maybe she is in this tier. Maybe she's like right below Katie. Because I guess it isn't that big of a difference. They ultimately are both like players that were like kind of power goats to a degree at the end. Both were trying to take people to the end that were like not like they were both kind of trying to get the best players to the end for whatever reason. Abby's pretty much just good both times she plays. Yeah. I mean, good, like, as in like she's safe. The problem is that Abby is Abby. But yeah. Yeah, Philip Shepard. Yeah, not really sure to do Philip. Suhawk. Is Suhawk moved down? I think the problem that I like Suhawk's just like Suhawk's a tough one because like I feel like her Borneo game is very good for Borneo. Like she's one of the most like strategically savvy on that season. She can't win. She again like socially she's not good, but she was still able to like make alliances. She was safe for most of that season. Like I think Borneo's a good appearance from her. And then All-Star's just like complete shit. If Maria can't win, Philip definitely can't. Debatable? Oh. I think I think Philip would be more respected than like I think if you did a final 2 of Philip versus Abby Maria, I feel like Philip would win that. But also yeah, it's like very difficult to see a Philip win, but like if Philip played Modern Survivor, like I think Philip could win in Modern Survivor. I probably will end up landing him here. I think he kind of does fit into that like kind of tier of like people that are like very abrasive and like it's tough to see them winning a season, but like they have some good moments. And I guess like it's just Suhawk in that too. I guess Suhawk probably just is in that, and like maybe that's just like its own like tier. Like generally, is it just what I fucking had to begin with? Like, is it just like this? It's just that Philip, Abby, and Sue are here as like kind of players that like I just can't imagine them actually winning a season. But like they have like minor strong suits along the way. Philip was on 50 and lost. That is true. I mean, again, he was voted out day 0. I can't believe it. No, I think Nat wins the final 2. Philip. Philip gets a vote. At least. How many is that really is Ralph the only vote he gets? He probably does, generally. Could Twyla win in modern day? Probably, yeah. Yeah, I think Twyla, like, I don't know. I think Chris would still beat Twyla, but if, like, I don't think Twyla would be, like, the biggest GOAT in the world in the modern day. Like, I feel like the Chris sort of story is still respected in Modern Survivor. But I think if Twyla was at the end against, like, I mean, like, if it was Twyla versus Scout, like, I could see Twyla beating Scout in Modern Survivor. So yeah, I think I will keep it with this. I just think it's like it's kind of just a spot where like these are players that it's just like it's very difficult to see them actually winning a season. Like at least with like Katie and like Angelina, it's like they're not like so it's not like so outrageous that they would win a season. Because it's like kind of a different thing where like because like Philip and Abby, just who they are as people, are just the type that like won't win a Survivor season. And kind of same thing with Suhawk. Like I just like, I don't think they'll ever get the respect to win a jury vote. Like Katie and Angelina are kind of like a different sort of thing. And I guess like probably the bigger difference is like the fact that these people are like abrasive. Like Katie isn't really like, and like Angelina aren't like yeah, they can get into some fights here and there, but they're not gonna like actively pick fights and like yeah, like get into fights with people for like no reason. Like Katie's definitely someone that's like a lot more like passive aggressive than anything. Angelina, kind of same thing, right? I mean, I remember Katie. Like, I just watched Panama not that long ago. I literally just like rewatched her fight with Karen and everything. Yeah, again, like she definitely mishandles like Karen and like Janu. But even then, it's not like she's like picking like yeah, like even then, it's like Karen and Janu are like starting fights with her more so than like Katie like initiates the fight and is like egging it on. Like I feel like it's more so like Katie being very passive aggressive, and then like Karen and Janu being very like angry at that. More so than like Philip and Abby, who are way more likely to actually just like actually get into fight with people, and like start that fight. Also, what the fuck am I doing, Dreams? I kind of feel like Dream. I think we'll just move on to this next tier because I feel like Dreams actually feels kind of on a lesser level. So I think we'll just move on to this grouping, which is also kind of a mess looking at it. What the fuck is this? Yeah, like I think Courtney, Merritt, Alicia, I can kind of see what I was going there. Kind of like players that had kind of the right idea at points, but also just like kind of bad players. Dreams feels on a lesser level. I mean, I just feel like it's the fact that like actually like put that into context. What I meant by that is that like Dreams is someone that like his end game is one where like he was about to be voted out for had he not kept immunity. He like also just like very like I guess to be fair, actually I kind of forgot about the final 6 of it all. Like him trying to take out Yao. I guess that's something that kind of like might move him up a bit. Yeah, I do think Colleen and yeah, Colleen and Elizabeth feel different at this point than these. Are they higher or lower though? Like I think they're more likely to win if they had gotten to the end. I don't know. I really don't know actually if they're higher or lower than these because I kind of can see like more parallels with these sort of players, but I also feel like these like I feel like Elizabeth and Colleen like did less wrong. I kind of feel like I'm gonna go above. I think, which like ultimately it doesn't really matter at this point. Like, but whatever. I think I will move them above. Because ultimately the tiers don't matter as much as long as I like know what I'm doing with them. But yeah, I'll move them above. Do that? They didn't do that much right. I mean, but they were still in positions where like essentially their entire seasons were determined by the merge, like who came into the merge with numbers and everything, or like who left the merge round with numbers. And like obviously it's like Colleen, you could definitely fault a lot more if like what the fuck was the Gretchen vote off. But like even then, like Colleen was like very well liked on that cast. Like I think Colleen's like fairly likely to win if she gets to the end. Like even in comparison to like Elizabeth, I think Elizabeth is like has lesser win equity than Colleen does. But Elizabeth probably does less wrong on her season. Modern Era, they're both KRK. Yeah, but they're not in the Modern Era. And like they played on a season where they could win. Like I think if they were to play again, and like I think if we were like looking at like if a modern jury, if we had a modern jury nowadays, would they be respected? Probably not. But like they didn't play with a modern jury. Like that's not the game they played. Saying Colleen's better than Angelina, yeah, I do. Like I don't feel like that's yeah, I feel like that's fine. That Colleen's better than Angelina. Yeah, I think Colleen was way closer to winning that season than Angelina was. Like even by the end of Colleen's game, she's able to flip like Kelly around. Where are we at again? This. Okay. So yeah, I know what I was going for. Courtney and Alicia being players that like. There's like major strong suits there. Courtney, I think by the end of her game was like at least trying to play optimally. Was trying to like pick up Terry and like take out. I don't know, she was like doing like the problem is that she can't really win the game, but I think she was at least like doing good work to try to like steer votes in her direction. And then yeah, Alicia I think also like had her own like kind of posse. The problem is that like again her getting to fight with Christina is pretty dumb and yeah, 3-2-1's not intentional, but it was still like generally I don't think that really matters because like ultimately it's still a spot where like the intention was to take out Courtney though. Like yeah, it wasn't intentional to be a 3-2-1, but the intention was to take out Courtney. Anyway, yeah, I feel like these two being in the same tier is fine. Trish. Well, okay. What am I again? Dreams. I kind of want to move Dreams lower. I kind of want to put him here. I actually did kind of forget about his final 6 round though. That kind of makes me want to move him a little bit higher. Maybe actually. Maybe I do just move him back up to where he was. Like I think the fact that he was able to like pull the votes together to like blindside Yao and like again the vote doesn't go through, but like it's not really because of like what he does. He's still like a very fluid player to where like I don't know, maybe I do move him back up. Or maybe he's here. Maybe he's Alicia Courtney level. Because like ultimately he is yeah, actually I feel like this is actually kind of fine. Because like he is still a massive GOAT. And he's one that even then didn't have like a clean path to the end. Which I guess like really the only one that actually got to the end of these people was Philip, but Abby has it twice. Sue has a cleaner Borneo game. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Sugar will end up moving up. I don't know. I'm trying to wrap Sugar versus Dreams around in my head first. Sugar's early game's probably worse. But it's not that big of a deal. Like ultimately it's not that big of a difference. Sugar flips to the merge. Yeah, you know, fuck yeah. I don't think it's that big of a like. I think there's more. Like really, it's actually Sugar's like end game is probably better. Like Sugar has a cleaner end game. A problem though is here's villains. That kind of makes me go down a little bit on her, but like maybe she should be here though with like the Philip and Abby. Like towards the like she's probably at the bottom. She like her and like Sue maybe. Yeah, I think Sugar's at the bottom of this, but like yeah, maybe she should be in like that tier though. Like kind of as this like power goat. Sugar's Angelina. I think for me, I would one just have more faith in Angelina as a player than Sugar. I don't think Angelina is as actively bad as Sugar. Like so like with looking at like Angelina on 50. It's like I don't think Angelina does that much like actively wrong. It's like yeah, she into secured relationships well enough and whatnot, but like I don't think she makes like any like massive blunders there. Where like I feel like Sugar's like, and I guess you can maybe argue that here's villains. I don't know, but here's villains, and like too for there's also pregame stuff involved. I think the final side Delos is Lil, but we'll see. I forgot who else was up there with Angelina. Katie. I don't know. I think I'll keep it here. I just think Sugar's also just someone that like people are not gonna reward with the win. Like Angelina, it's like again she was not like because I think it's about Sugar where like Sugar was the biggest goat of the entire season. Like Angelina wasn't the biggest goat of her one season at least. Um, and like Angelina on 50, she at least survives the what Q vote and then the Mike vote, even though she didn't know what the fuck was going on there. Um, I'll leave that there. I think she's at the bottom of this tier, but like I kind of do want to put her in that tier. Um, then yeah, I think I'm keeping this tier here. What I do, Trish, is Trish in that? I feel like Trish is probably more similar to like a Becky Lee. Trish is a bit tough because like so like I believe the reason I had Trish this high is because I gave her credit for like being active at points. I think the problem is that she's active in a way that she's not benefiting her own game. Like the problem is that she's a big goat. She can't win at the end. She's also just like enabling Tony's game in a spot where Tony's not even loyal to her to the end. Like she's essentially like a worse version of this. Um, Oh, maybe I do keep her here though. Yeah, I didn't watch like the cross, but to that wouldn't really affect things here anyway. Yeah, again, that's the thing that like boosts her up is the fact that yeah, the Sarah move is definitely good from her. But like, is that good enough to move her that much higher? Like, I think like at best she's here, like at best, and I don't know. It's like she did have influence. Um, she did make Lindsay rage quit. That is true. She starts off on the bottom of original tribe. She has no win equity. I mean, Owen, like, I think has good recovery towards the end and also, like, theoretically could have won. Okay, she beats Cass probably, yeah. But she wasn't trying to get the end of Cass. Like, she actively want Cass out. But yeah, she could beat Cass. I don't think she could beat anyone else, though. I think it's tough for me because like I think there's like enough upsides to where like she could be somewhere in like this range. But I also just like yeah, the fact that she's not even like consistently in the majority in the post merge, the fact that Tony doesn't take her to the end, the fact that she still was a pretty big goat. I don't know. It's like a lot of downsides. Maybe I do put her here. Like her, like Dara, maybe that's like okay-ish. Like both start off on the bottom. Like Trish probably does more like good at points. Who's the Vince comparison survivor? probably like a Chase Rice, maybe. Oh, it's like the first person that came to mind. I kind of see her in like one of these tiers. I think I'll leave her here for now. I think she might be above Dara, below these people. I don't know. Then you got Gabby. Gabby might move up here. I think Gabby might be in this tier with like Julie Berry, Cindy, Liana. Like I think Gabby was like the problem is that she's like in and out of the majority at points. But like I think by the end it's like, yeah, the Christian move backfired on her, but I at least like get what she was doing. She at least like recognized the fact that she had no win equity and need to do something. So like I think her Liana kind of makes sense to me. I actually feel like she like her flip makes more sense than Liana's. But for Liana, and like they both were kind of like taken out in a bit of a screwy situation. I kind of feel like that feels okay to me. I did skip Michaela. I don't know what to do with Michaela. Because like I could see the argument that Michaela is like here based on her Survivor career. Like I don't know how much to factor to the challenge. Like obviously I won't factor in like the actual challenge, but like just in terms of like we've seen her be able to play like a strategic game at this point from like Challenge 41. And like even Challenge USA too. It's like she's someone that I think would do better on a return. So we're like I don't look at her like as like because like these people are like people I can't see really win the game, but like had influence on their seasons, that sort of thing. Michaela's someone that I think could theoretically win a season now. She's still very flawed. But yeah, she's not like the biggest goat in the world or anything. And she is a 2-time player. Like obviously, like it's not the greatest 2 runs. I actually kind of want to move her up here actually. Because like she also gets kind of taken out in a bit of a screwy situation. I think like Liana and Gabby probably had better play at specific points, but I think the fact that Michaela like has 2 appearances, her first appearance while ends badly, like even then like I don't think she does that much like actively wrong for that, and like her early game's like okay. And like considering like the reputation she had coming into Game Changers of like no one knowing who she is, and she was just like kind of easy fodder, she does make it pretty like make a deep run. Her versus Jessica Lewis. I can kind of see in the sense that Jessica Lewis was meant to be an early boot. That kind of evening things out a bit. I think Jessica probably had like better recovery by the end. Or like I think the problem with Michaela is that I don't think Michaela like can win either of her seasons. Jessica by the end I think was actually in a position where she could theoretically win had she gotten past that rock draw situation. To be fair, actually, Will Wall and Gabby should be probably closer now that I'm thinking about it. Okay, wait. Actually, part of me is wanting to remove. Okay. Okay, how do I want to rework this? I actually can. Okay, I think Will Wall and like Liana and Gabby probably should be a bit closer. Probably even Reed. how exactly do I move all these people around? How's this top teeny and top 250? Yeah, because people suck. Yeah, most of our players suck. Most people just in general, like any any competitive reality show that they're on, like most people suck. Does Teeny suck that much? Like Teeny has a lot of strong suits. Like I think people overhype how much Teeny sucks. I don't think Teeny actually sucks that much. What am I trying to do here? Because like part of me is feeling like these, like generally like Will Wall and Gabby should not be that far apart, right? Like I feel like they're actually like kind of similar. Like both like get taken out after trying to make a big move, but both made that big move under the like because they kind of realized their position in the game, the fact that they had like very little win equity. To like I think they were at least like coming from the right place. I think Will Wall's move was probably a little bit more like solid. Like I think like Will Wall at least had like arguably more of a long-term plan, where like Gabby, I don't know what she really thought, like how she thought she was getting to the end after making that move, where like Will at least had like the pendulum strategy of it all and like thought about like getting to the end of like Adam and Hannah and that sort of thing. Didn't team believe Operation Illy was an accident, not planned? I don't know if they actually believe that. Yeah, it's him at this point. What do I want to do here? Like, I feel like John and Danny are probably together. Maybe Jessica too, to be fair. I feel like maybe Sammy is closer to this tier. Then I kind of want to go. Well, I mean, okay, let's just move people around at this point. By the way, this is still never getting finished. I kind of want to go Liana and Gabby here with them. Maybe Liana not actually. Maybe I do just leapfrog Gabby up. Because like the thing is like I don't think Liana was playing optimally by the end. It's like yeah, she gets fucked. But it's like again, her flips still didn't really make much strategic sense, especially in how much she like isolated Evie and Tiffany after that. And she still didn't have the greatest win equity. She's still completely on the outside of the Shan vote. I think her like Julie and Cindy still makes sense. Michaela is someone that I think I'm willing to like move somewhere. I don't know, like around here maybe. I think the fact that she plays twice helps her here. And like I think Game Changer's like not bad considering her like starting position. Maybe maybe here with like Elizabeth and Colleen, even though it's not really a 1-for-1, but maybe like caliber wise, it's like similar. Right, looking at like her bad position coming into Game Changers is like their positions coming into the merge. Don't know if I trust Gabby to play optimally. I would agree with that, but also it's not like these are people are that good either. Scroll up. What we got? Like David Kinney. Gabe is there, which is interesting. Yeah, I kind of feel like Michaela and David. I think the difference I would say is that David was like kind of running his group at least. Um, where like Michaela wasn't. She was always kind of like the beta to either like Sandra or like Suri, um, on Game Changers. Um, I think in terms of like potential, it's probably similar. Like I would say if we're actually factoring in challenge, like she probably moves up to like closer to like this range. Um, but yeah, I'm not really sure. Hayden above Caleb, I assume so. Yeah. Yes, Hayden top 100. He's close for sure. Oh, he's definitely top 100. Yeah, he's probably like what, top 80. He's top 86. I don't really consider Big Brother too much. I think David played a pretty solid game up until the merge. Like him and Kyle were kind of running things on their original tribe. Like he seemed to be pretty well liked early on. He like at the swap made a good relationship with like Miri and Eva. Came to merge with a lot of connections. Like he kind of goes downhill after that, but like I don't know. I think his early game's really good. I think I'll leave it like that for now. Heidi. Heidi's a mess. Heidi probably should be closer to here, though. Like Heidi and Bob Crowley, I don't think is like actually the worst comparison in the world. I guess like Heidi had like less people backing her, right? Because like ultimately, was Heidi the biggest goat? I'm not sure if the biggest goat. Like I generally don't know how. Like she definitely was one of the biggest goats. Like I think the three biggest goats were what? Carolyn, Heidi, Jamie, probably. Be like, how does that final three play out? I genuinely don't know. I think Heidi gets votes. But I'm not sure. I don't know. She might be the big. Like it's like Jamie might get like her Ratu people. I'm not sure. Like Danny still votes Heidi. Franny and Matt might go Carolyn in that spot. Like Carolyn might win with like a 4-3-1 or something. But like I think Heidi, it's like she's very messy. I think by the end, actually, you know what? Maybe Heidi is just here. Yeah, maybe Heidi's closer to here. I think Heidi was trying to play optimally, like at the very end at least. Like she at least like was aware of the fact that she didn't really have win equity and needs to make like a big move. So like part of that like kind of actually feels kind of like Gabby, like Will Wall, Sam Eliade, like kind of level. Actually debating like, I don't know, should she be that high actually? She should save this from a Carson win, yeah. Yeah, but at least Wu actually had like it's so bad that he didn't take it, but he at least actually did have a winning scenario. Like he was like so close to a winning scenario. Where like Heidi, I don't know how close she like again like I think it's tough to see her actually winning. I want to move Heidi up. I think like a difference here. And like maybe Dreams doesn't fit in that, but I think with Alicia and Courtney at least, they're both like very like abrasive personalities. They're gonna get into fights with people. People don't like them. Heidi, it's like people are fine with Heidi. It's not like Heidi like gets into actual fights. Like people don't like, again, people don't dislike Heidi. There's just other people they respect more. But it's not like a spot where like Heidi just like can't win the game. Like and like too fair, like yeah, Leisha maybe could win a final 3 and like whatnot, but like still, it's like Heidi I think is like more like actually respected, on the offset. So like I kind of feel like she should at least be higher than like the Sugar Phillip Abby, especially because I do feel like her what's it called? Her like end game is her like at least like trying to like, and she knows that she needs to make a move and is like trying to do something. Like I feel like she's probably worse than this tier though, because it's like I don't know, like okay, it's maybe this is a tier that should be lower than. That's kind of a tough thing too, because again, I feel like this is a tier of players that like, and like maybe Sammy doesn't fit into that as well, but like with Gabby, Will Wall, Reed, it's like I think they didn't get to the end, but like by the end of the game, they were at least like playing optimally. I think they were making some pretty good plays, or at least some interesting plays, to like at least get what they were doing. Heidi kind of fits in that, but someone that actually got to the end. And obviously, it's like by that point it was too late and she couldn't win. But like I at least like respect the hustle. And it's like her early game's fine. Like what? Like final like 8 on is like kind of just a mess though. Yeah, I think Chelsea and Sabrina already passed. Yeah, they're up here. I think I'm moving up on Heidi. Where exactly though? I think I'm gonna go here. Like I respect that she at least tried. She at least recognized that Carson's my biggest threat. I need to take out Carson. I need a big move in my resume. Like with like someone like Angelina, it's like Angelina just like gave up at the end. Like she was like, well, I'm just gonna go to the end of Nick, and Nick's gonna beat me. So like I don't know. I at least like respect that. Like Heidi's still trying to win the game. It's like yeah, her game's very sloppy, and you know she's kind of a frustrating player at points. I kind of do want to just put her there for at least like I think she was playing optimally at the very end, and like her early game's not that bad. So like I don't think she should be that far away from these players. Liz is the last person in this tier. Where's Trish? Huh. Okay. Liz, the issue again, win equity. Can't win the game. Generally, like, can she even win a final 2 in that season? I don't think so. Liz does beat everyone. She told that people that. So, but yeah, like Liz can't win the game. That's the fundamental issue. Outside that, her game's fine. Like she plays like a mostly solid game. Like they're like, what is the round that she's out on the outs? There's like one round where she's like on the outs, right? Is a 100 vote. But yeah, for the most part, like she's in a pretty good spot. She's not the like even on her original tribe, she's in a like okay spot there. Again, her Tevin move feels a bit like rash, but I think like worst case. So like she was initially in this here. I kind of want to move up on her, like because like maybe here. It's another one where like I at least respect the hustle. She just was trying. Like her endgame position was pretty bad. Like she had no like by the time of that final 4, like people weren't like they all didn't. Well, I guess Charlie wanted to go to the end with her, but either way, like Ben and Kenzie weren't trying to get to the end with her. That's pretty bad, especially considering how big of a goat she is. Venus maybe, yeah, maybe she beats Venus. I'm debating her and like maybe she is closer to a Trish. Yeah, I think actually maybe there's a lot of Trish Liz comparisons. I think if anything, Liz was probably playing more for herself than Trish was, but I think in terms of like how active they were in the game, like how many, like again, them being able to pull off like a couple moves here and there, lack of win equity, their own allies not wanting to take them to the end. I kind of feel like, yeah, maybe around here. It's kind of like Heidi if she made fire. To a degree, yeah. I'm actually trying to remember what did Liz want at Final Four? I actually don't even remember. Like, what did Liz want at Final Four? Who'd she want out? Did she want Heidi out? Or did she want Kenzie out? Or did she want Charlie out? So you played in your Roblox Survivor voice chat game might be on 52. Well, that's something. Yeah, 52 is filming right now, right? So, yeah, if people disappeared, then there's a chance. Where's Rachel Riley right now? Yeah, I think I'll put her around where Trish is, ultimately. So I think I'll land her around there for now. Alright. Next tier! Fuck. Scout. What the fuck do I do, Scout? Scout might also probably be higher. Maybe Scout's closer to this. Like, there are good moments. She's playing, like, attempting to play optimally to a degree. I think the problem is that she was, like, I guess, like, I feel like Scout in Dreams, I can kind of see more of a comparison between Scout's better than Sugar. I don't know. Sugar was a lot like I think my issue with Scout is that I feel like Scout was always at the bottom of the Girls Alliance. And like it felt like a lot of her game was based around what Twyla wanted. Like I feel like Twyla's more the Sugar. Yeah, Scout beats Twyla, which is like I guess that's like, yeah. I guess like the fact that she can win. So does that move her like to this tier maybe? Like is she Bob Crowley Woo? But she at least had like a winning scenario. Yeah, that's fair too. That the fact that she was like never really targeting the pre-merge is kind of insane. Yeah, I'll set on that. I think the fact that I think it really is the fact that like she was like so close to theoretically winning. She was like one like decision away from winning the game essentially. I think is what I'm gonna move her up here, to where she's around where Woo is. I think is where I'm landing, because I think outside that I kind of want to put her here. But she theoretically almost wins. So. Oh, we got Dan Spilo. Thank God, we're going to talk about Dan Spilo. Can't wait. Becky Lee. Becky Lee's just like the definitive second command player. Like, yeah, that's kind of all I got for Becky Lee. She's there. She's not really doing much for herself, and like struggles to win the game, but she's there. Generally, Dan Spilo is Becky Lee level. So that's something. Thank God. Two people that everyone wanted to compare is Dan Spilo and Becky Lee. Nat 10 is also probably Dan Spilo level. So that's something. Jodo Campo. Generally, actually, I actually feel like I'm kind of fine with what I had here. Dan is Loki, Angelina. Genuinely, you could argue he's better than Angelina. um, I fuck. Shit. I mean, I think Angelina was more actively bad in this whole strategy elements of it. Like, at least in terms of the game. Like, I still think you have the fault, Dan, for being so handsy and, like, still getting into all the controversies and everything. Like, yeah, I think you definitely still criticize him for that. Balls or bricks? Bricks. I assume we're talking about Last of Us or what, but either way, bricks. Um, Towards reaction to Dan above Angelina, yeah. Especially if it's like one spot above. I think that'd be funny. I don't know. I mean, like, genuinely, yeah. Like, there kind of is this element to him. Dan was essentially like the kingmaker in the game. And like people liked him. Like on the island. The problem is that Dan was never winning. But it's like Dan wasn't winning, like, not really because of the Kelly situation, just because like he was rich. Move Angelina down instead. I don't know. Do I want to move Angelina down? I don't think Angelina should be below these people, though. No, I generally feel like it's moving Dan up. Like, generally, the more I've thought about it, no, I think it is actually just moving Dan up. I think at worst Dan is here. It's like, okay, the tough thing about Dan is that he can't win the game. But a lot of that was based around outside the game circumstances more so than in game. In game, people loved him for the most part. Obviously, you do have the Kelly of it all, and like Missy and Elizabeth like were creeped out at points, but like they ultimately still sided with him. They still ultimately did like him. I mean, I just like Dan Spilo is just Ben Katzman, isn't he? The more I'm thinking about it. Yeah. Angelina's a weird one. I don't know. What should I do with Angelina? I don't want, like, I still think she's above this. Like, this is a grouping of people that I just think fundamentally cannot win. Like, I just think the type of people they are people that won't ever win a jury vote. Angelina, I don't think is necessarily that. I could see Angelina being here though, if like Liana maybe. I want to see me cancel the. Yeah. I could see something like this. How high is Dan Spilo right now? 240. Yeah, I'm pretty fucked, aren't I? Um, top 50, sure. Yeah, I'm kind of fucked. I mean, generally, like, Dan's game is cleaner than Angelina's. They both can't win. Like, they both, like, if anything, like they both have, I guess it's like, I think I'll move Angelina back there, but like, I kind of, like, also, I kind of just want to do it for the meme of it all, that I think would be very funny. How often do I quote dancing snuff that torch? Never. You remember him saying that? I do. I would rather not, but I could play it. Thankfully, I don't have it downloaded. Thankfully, I actually have to look it up. Kelly voted out. Let's see if my keyboard works. Yeah, you're fake Dan's Stan.
It is time to vote. Nora, you're up.
Oh, cool. Yeah, it's around here, right?
That's really smart. Shaking his head.
Dude, where is it?
Yeah, put that torch down.
Yeah, what iconic line? There we go. What a great moment. Yeah, actually, generally, I'm surprised we never went back to that, to having like reactions like this. Is there anything that was actually like, what the fuck? Oh, you can't see that because of chat, but also that's very funny. Wait, why did I switch back to chat being on screen? Whatever, it's fine. Where are we at now? I think we're just gonna move on. These people, Michelle Yee, Cassandra. Actually, do I stand by these people being second command tier? Will generally. Why they make Dan look like a badass at the Kelly? Did they? You're gonna quote Dan when you're on Survivor. I think that means that you're just never gonna get cast on Survivor. Yeah, that I'm actually kind of feel like should Will just be where Dan Spilo is? Like, is Will Sims like closer to this tier? Like, he also kind of plays like a fluid-ish game early on. He flipped like by the end, he at least has like jury votes. So I kind of feel like that's actually fine. Michelle Yee, I think I am gonna keep here. Yeah, she was twist screwed, but ultimately she was twist screwed outside of being these people. Like, she was literally just gonna be this. Like, she's just gonna be someone that's like kind of carried to the end. Where yeah, I don't think there's that big a difference between these. I guess I don't know, do I need to talk about Dance Joe Del Campo, my rival? I think he's probably fine here. He's a very passive player. Yeah, it doesn't really do too much. Like, I guess like win equity, like could he win? I don't know. It's not looking great. I think he's less of an active player as like Will and Dan. Yeah, it's like I think I'll keep him there. The High was my nemesis. I have a lot of nemesis. I have again, Rizzo, my man. Used to be my nemesis. Now he's my man. We got High. We have Joe Campo. Um, I have beef with someone that's older than the microwave. Generally, how old is the microwave? I generally can tell you. Oh yeah, she did finally sit next to a Joe. That is true. Yeah, Russell Hantz, I guess. Yeah. See, I have no beef with women. Actually, no. I guess maybe a Jess Chong. Maybe depends. But still, again, all my feuds are men. Yeah, Mitch. What's the high beef? There's not actually high beef. It's just the fact that like high annoyed the shit out of me during 42. But like I've never interacted with High or anything. It's not like High's it's not like High's ever like commented on any of my videos or anything. But I think High was the Rizzo. Like, because like now it's like I jokingly hate on Rizzo. I used to jokingly hate on High a lot. But yeah, again, it's a spot where like High never interacted like with anything I did. Where Rizzo did. So again, Rizzo I guess is like that's a real feud. High was just a made up one. Wearing a feminist shirt, Fontroy while acting open-minded annoyed the shit out of you. I don't know. I think there's probably jurors that annoyed me more, probably. I don't know. He's like, I don't know. I don't think he would. Like, I think High, yeah, he was probably leaning Marianne, but I do think he was, like, you know. Like, he at least had a relationship with Mike. It's like, I don't think it's the most egregious thing in the world. Cassandra. I actually feel like Cassandra might move up here. Mainly because Cassandra, like, theoretically should have won. So, like, I think maybe that's, like, Bob Crowley level. He's like, yeah, theoretically, like, Cassandra should have won Fiji if it was a final two. Or at least, like, would have come close. Again, you could definitely like debate on like how exactly that endgame plays out, but if she gets the end of Dreams, like she would have won. So it's like, yeah, it's like I kind of feel like Bob, like again, she almost won by accident. Like generally, like Cassandra's a better position than Bob through a lot of the endgame. Bob's better at challenges and that sort of thing, and like was better positioned early on in the game to where like I think I probably would still give the edge to Bob, but yeah, Cassandra's probably just right there. Yeah, Dreams want to take Cassandra and I don't know if Cassandra wanted to take Dreams to the end. That's definitely the thing that I'm not sure. Like, I would lean no based on like what we actually see. And the fact that like Cassandra seemed to be willing to vote out Dreams at 4 when he had if he gave up immunity. But yeah. Bob had better shoes. That is true. Man, that's Otto above Cassandra. See, everyone below Cassandra has worse water shoes. Needs to go on fire to confirm what you do. Clearly. Yeah, that's the funny thing about Earl. Like, I think like people came into Fiji thinking Earl would be this like challenge piece. Like they thought he'd be like this like Tom Westman sort of figure. And I guess he was like kind of a leader for the tribe, like the Ravu tribe or whatever. But yeah, he wasn't like that good at challenges. Would I vote for Dreams or Cassandra? I probably would vote Dreams. I think we see Dreams doing a lot more. Thinking there's a lot more sloppy stuff from Dreams, but like Dreams, like we see him make the deal with Yao-Man, then like try to take Yao-Man out 6. Actually get the numbers against Yao-Man. I don't know if Earl was like bad, but he wasn't like good. Like he wasn't winning challenges. I don't remember like statistically like where Earl was. Like I don't know if Earl was like second in a lot of challenges like Yule was, but he definitely like he doesn't win immunity ever. So I would vote for Dreams with his water shoes. I agree. All right. Moving here. How, dude, we're so fucking far from where I want to be. I want to be here. Do we have, like, how many people do we have left for this stream? We have, 98 people. We still fucking 98 people I want to go through. Yeah, I'm fucked. This is, yeah. What did I do with these people? Kim Johnson. I see what I was doing here. Like below the second command people, she like in a way was like kind of a second command to Ethan, but not, and couldn't really win, so that's an issue. Helen's a winner because she could win, but she also was like loyal to Brian despite him never being loyal to her. Earl didn't win immunity, at least. He might have won a reward. I don't remember. That is a rumor about Dan Spilo. Is that he had like connections that let him like go to the set or whatever to look for idols or something. Yeah, Helen's above Kim for sure. Yeah, I think I'll leave her here, right? I think, yeah. Sundra? Doesn't have win equity. Had more of a path that, like, was meant to... Well, I mean, then again, it was meant to be a final 2. Yeah, so I think I'll settle Sundra being here, too. Yeah, I think ultimately this is kind of a tier of people that, like, got close to the end, but weren't meant to actually get to the very end. And, like, even, I don't know, it's like, because, like, you got, like, Kim Johnson, Keith Famey, like, Sundra, I think those are all kind of, like, similar sort of players that made it to the end. There's worlds where they get to the end, but even in those worlds, they can't win. Like, Helen's a bit different because Helen can win, but Helen was also, like, further out from getting there. Yeah, that's something that's kind of interesting, is that Sundra did actually have, like, a decently sized edit in comparison to Becky, because I think a lot of people kind of, like, tie them together as, like, who the fuck are they? But yeah, Sundra actually got, like, a decent edit. I think Jacqueline in this tier feels okay. Like, I think in general we're probably gonna just do some reworking here, but like, who else fits fairly well into this tier? Maybe a Heather. I guess like Heather, like, theoretically almost wins, right? But also her game's like pretty sloppy. Okay. Helen versus Mitch. Like, maybe that's kind of a tier. Maybe that should be its own tier. Like, these people that, like, maybe they could win. Maybe, like, Heather's in there. When in doubt, you drop Mitch. Matin? Or Matan? No, I haven't. Yeah, I believe it was 28. Professionals Sundra got. Let's see. Like, Heather's a weird one because, like, Heather's, like, a more active player than these people, but, like, actively bad. It's like, I feel like whenever we see Heather, like, trying to do something, what she's doing is, like, bad for her game, but, like, she actually had, like, pretty good positioning outside that. And, like, at least had votes had she gotten to the end without Erica. Oh, it's a podcast. Like I feel like I feel like Kelly Sharbaugh and Jeffra. That's like kind of a grouping there. I think Katra is a little interesting. Sue is kind of in this tier with like Kim and Keith. Romeo is a weird one to assess also. Oh, it's the guy that did the Bill Clinton. Okay. I kind of forgot that happened actually. Let's see. Matthew, what do I do with Matthew? Like Matthew is a GOAT. Struggles to win the game. Like, is there a final two he can win? I don't think so. Yeah, it's like I think maybe there needs to be some reworking in terms of like the teenies of the world. Yeah, let's maybe move down to like around here. Again, this is the part of the list I think is probably the biggest mess, just because like it just feels like a bunch of random people kind of clumped together. Yeah, I did see that he climbed Everest. Maybe against Butch. I think Butch wins. Like I think those are probably like two of the biggest goats on the season, but I do think Butch probably wins. Yeah, Matthew. Like I think like it's a debate there of like Matthew had like the better idea of what he should be doing, but I think Helen like more likely wins if she gets to the end. I feel like Brett LaBelle is probably like with Debbie. I think they're there. Nora? What do I do, Nora? Is she also like in this tier of like kind of GOAT sort of players? Her endgame's not as bad though. She could actually like win. Maybe. Matthew and Helen both make it deep on most seasons? Probably. Maybe. Like Matthew's early game though is pretty bad. Is Matthew with Nora maybe? Is that a thing? Actually, I just realized I never turn on. Let me check something real quick. Has OneDrive not been on this entire time? Like I generally don't know. More consistent in Nora? Like maybe? I don't know. Like, I mean, we see them both be in danger early on. This one, right? Yeah, like we see them both be in danger early on. They're like, I don't know. Like I kind of feel like they're not that far apart. Like if anything, Nora had more win equity. Matthew might be the best bad player we have, probably. Yeah, I don't know what to do with Katura. Jake is someone that's also, or Jake, what am I talking about? Clay. You know, so it's like the biggest goat in the world. But somehow still gets 3 jury votes. Um, okay, wait, let's make some room here. Yeah, I mean that was funny. Yeah, like Nora's not a good player for sure, but like she still got to the end with like, again, if Dan didn't get ejected, you could argue Nora wins the game. Is there like a world where like Nora and Matthew are like here? Oh fuck me. Or like they're above this like kind of tier? Because like I feel like these players, like Nora, I believe beats Dean and Dan. Yeah, from what I understand, I believe Dan or like Dean was like the biggest goat of them all. Like I don't think Dean wins in any scenario against anybody. I know like certain jurors will talk about like I know like Jamal and like isn't there one more? But I know Jamal at least has talked about that like he would have voted for Nora in that final 3. Yeah, I feel like Clay is probably just here. I think the thing, because I think there's like a bigger goat tier, isn't there? Or maybe not. Oh, is this the tier of goats? I thought there was another like goat tier, but maybe not. Well, I guess like debatably this, but these are people that even make it to the end, right? Like it's tough with Clay because like he doesn't like he is a go. Like I think it's tough to see Clay getting 4 votes. But it's like I don't think Clay was actually a second command. I think is the thing. Is that because I don't think Clay was actually like influencing what Brian was doing. I think Clay was more so just like riding along with what Brian was doing. Like I don't think there's really a point where like Clay like pushes his agenda and gets his way. And I guess too fair does Natalie Tenorelli, but Natalie Tenorelli was at least like more of a swing vote at specific points. Like Clay doesn't have like really any influence at like any point. Like, is there a single vote the entire season where like Clay's deciding what happens? I don't think so. I guess to be fair, like he doesn't get voted for in that end game stretch though, which is kind of impressive. I don't know. Yeah, actually, I don't know. It's like I think Clay like does good work on the with the jury, but it's also just not good enough. And like ultimately, it's like I don't know how much of that was intentional, or like how much of that was just that fact that he thought Aaron and Penny were hot. Yeah, there was a point where he was being targeted, but like they ultimately didn't go through with it. Mm. I think I'll leave him here. I think I'll move him up to the second command tier. I think like the fact that he, again, there's like minor good things he does, and the fact that he had like a pretty clean path to the end. I think I'll put him here, but he still was a pretty big go. And like, even if like, even in the world where like he does win, it's mostly because like the mistakes of Brian than like things Clay did like that well. He's like, there's just like not really a world where he gets a fourth vote based on the things that he does. It really has to come from like Brian fucking up his relationship with like Helen and Ted. Might be better than Parvati. That is true. That's obvious. Okay, what else are we doing here? Yeah, what do I do with Katurah? Katurah struggles to win at the end. Yeah, genuinely, like, can Katurah even win at all? Like, really, Katurah and Jake were both like pretty much drawing dead. Yeah, it's like I think once Bruce goes, right? Like her and Jake are pretty much drawing dead. Like I don't think there's anyone else in the final 7 they can beat. I guess like in a final 2 between her and Jake, she could win, but like doesn't really mean that much. I kind of want to, like, the thing about Katurah is I think Katurah at least like had a plan. Like she at least like was planning on taking out D, making a big move at 5. Obviously it didn't work out and like things became a mess. Again, she didn't play to lose, and her plan wasn't to lose. Like, she had a plan. Like, she literally tries to take the shot at D. Like she almost, theoretically, she almost pulls off a 2-1-1-1 vote. And just got kind of fucked by the fact that, well, actually, wait, what messed up things again there? It's the fact that, like, Jake didn't tell her about his idol. But anyway, whatever. It's like, I think the intention was there. I don't think it would have been enough. But yeah, I think like in terms of like her versus like Matthew and Nora, I think she's like in that same level. She powered power structure that she was on the bottom of. I don't agree with that. She wasn't on the bottom of the power structure because that power structure is never going to stay together. It's like, I mean, like she was not like in the core of it, but like it was a spot where like she recognized the fact that that 4 wasn't going to the end together. And that was true. I guess like for her, she like, but no, even then she almost got D out. I think she misjudged how close D was to Austin and Julie. I think is a thing, but like, I don't think it's that. Like, I still think Katurah's like I get what Katurah was doing, in that spot. I'm gonna keep her around here. Like, pretty big go in the game, but I think at least like was playing okay-ish at a point. I think it was at least intentional with the game that she was playing. But definitely doesn't have like a particularly like stable game. And yeah, Debbie is someone I'm not really sure what to do with. maybe like Debbie Brett is like its own sub tier here. Grant is like a bit different. Like okay, cool. Didn't mean to hit the mic. Romeo. And really, Romeo is kind of more similar to a Brett and a Debbie in them. Just one that got to the end, but also one that had no win equity. Because I think the intention here is like Debbie and Brett are people that like had majority alliances. They kind of crumbled. They at least had like the right idea at points in the end game, but just had no real like end game path. I think Debbie's very different than Philip and Abby, but like in different ways. Like it's like I think she definitely had way more win equity than Debbie and Abby, but she also had like less of a she has less of a resume in the grand scheme of things. I guess like to be fair, like I think her Tokuchi's appearance is better than like any of Abby's appearances, but Abby has like 2 deep appearances. Yeah, like Debbie's just someone that like the end game path's not really there. And she does like, you know, once Tyson gets flipped on, she's kind of just like dangling on the bottom. Oh, you're thinking of Debbie from Ko-Rong, which yeah, we're not even at that Debbie yet, right? Where's that Debbie? Yeah, she's down here. Which I think I think her versus Abby, I think maybe there could be an argument there. But I think she's just fundamentally better than Philip. Or I think Philip's fundamentally better than her, I mean. Where the fuck am I? I've already lost track. We are at Debbie there. Elizabeth above Dean. Elizabeth could theoretically win the game. Also, Dean like almost got voted out. Like Dean was on the bottom the entire pre-merge. I think people is Dean one of the most overrated players in Survivor history. Like, not that people fucking talk about Dean that much, but I think people like have an opinion of Dean thinking he's a good player. Dean's a fucking awful player. Like generally, I think I don't know. I think people think of Dean too highly. Dean sucks. Yeah, I think Debbie and Brett are kind of their own team. I think at this point, it's just like figure out what to do with Romeo and Jake. Like I feel like these people might move up. I don't know. Like, should these people be above the goats of the world? Maybe not Brett, actually. I don't know. This might just be a part of the list that needs like complete restructuring because I kind of feel like maybe the goats should be lower than like maybe at least like these tiers. Maybe like this tier I think is probably more similar to the goat. Maybe I don't know about Sebastian, but I don't know. I think like this part of the list is just such a mess. Was Idled Out a big Dean fan? Oh, thank God. Again, generally could not tell you a single like take that Idled Out has. But like ultimately, like Debbie and Grant, like, are they that much worse than like Adara? Like generally, is Debbie even worse than like a Cindy? Yeah, like part of me is like I feel like Debbie is probably closer to like this tier. He's like Debbie was at least liked and respected. Debbie could have at least theoretically won the game. I like she at least like tries to do some good work with like throwing Coach under the bus. Like she's at least like self-interested in that light. Yeah, I think there's only one Grant in Survivor US, right? And Grant Matos. Like Grant's someone that has like a lot of win equity, especially within the Ometepe group, but he also just isn't that like good of a player. Like he's not really, but I guess like yeah, I'm just taking a look at who's above him. Maybe he's just his own tier at this point. It's like Kelly Sharbaugh is someone that like kind of was screwed. Ultimately, like actually, where's Michelle Yee again? She's here. Maybe Kelly Sharbaugh should be closer to a Michelle Yee. He's like that's kind of the position Kelly Sharbaugh was in. Is that she was like poised to make it to the end, but not like in a winning position. She likely struggles to win a jury vote. But does kind of get screwed out of that. Yeah, this is Kelly Sharbaugh. Kelly, was it Samoa? Yeah. One gets out by Russell. Russell, Laura loses immunity, then. I mean, at the point that she gets taken out, yes, but I think the assessment of Kelly here is based around the fact that, like, had Galoo kept their numbers, she would have made it to the end game. And likely made it to the end, just not one. I guess there is a difference there of Michelle Yee, where Michelle Yee had more of a clean path. Because yeah, it's like Kelly ultimately is part of the reason why her group doesn't have the numbers, right? Michelle Yee is like just kind of screwed by the swap of it all. So I do put her here. Jeffra, what was the argument for Jeffra again? What was the argument? The argument was she did good work at after swap, right? That was the thing to boost her up. That she was in a good spot before swap. After swap, she gets swap screwed, but then does like get into a majority group there. Post merge kind of just like, And does she try to get Tony out though? I guess she does talk about it, and then Trish talks her down, right? I'm not sure where that lands her though. Is kind of the issue. Like, is that like here? Is that like Katura level maybe? Alicia level? Maybe. Yeah, like players that were like at least trying to do what was right. And there's some like good. Yeah, I think I can. Yeah, I think that's fine. I'm debating it still with these people, but yeah, maybe that's fine. Is generally, I can't believe I'm saying this, but is Mitch too low? No, I'm not gonna do it. Right? Yeah, no. I think I'm gonna keep him. Like the thing is, like the thing you could argue with Mitch is that Mitch was trying to, like he was playing for an optimal final three. The problem is that he didn't have the legwork to actually get to that final three, but like he at least was trying to do the right thing. Is Brett still dating a child? I mean, again, like to be clear, I believe it's technically not actually a child, but yeah, like in terms of like dating someone way younger than him, I believe they broke up. Mitch and Debbie aren't that different. Maybe. Brett should be higher if Adam doesn't have an idol at 5. I think Brett wins the game. Maybe. I mean, like, he could. Like, I at that point, I'm not sure if Ken... Ken might still make the move. Yeah, maybe. Like, I think at that point, that's more so, like... this level. Generally, I feel like this tier just needs to be like 100% reworked. Like this is a tier that I think legit these people are gonna be moving all over the place. So I think we might as well just like just like not even think about it yet. I kind of see what I was going for Brett and Debbie, though. Kind of can't see. I might have left the rank. I mean, we're not at the halfway point. Are we talking about for the day that I was planning on getting? Still, like, a lot. Worst Ben Katzman? Kinda, yeah. I can kind of see that. Probably comes closer to winning the game than Ben Katzman, but yeah. Yeah, I think I'll put Brett here. I think that feels okay to me. Definitely a very, like, unstable game. But, like, at least, like, played optimally in the end game and comes close to a win. Which with that, I don't know. Am I moving Mitch up? And Ben Katzman's number 1, obviously, if he wins the Bedrock Challenge. It's like ultimately like Mitch and like Brett LaBelle, are they that far apart? I guess like I guess the thing is that like Brett almost actually gets that, right? He's like, yeah, if Adam didn't have his idol, they target Adam there. Brett's at 4, and then he just needs to get through that that one round, which is like very feasible. Mitch is in a spot where like he was just dead to rights, right? Like at 5, like there was just again, he should have made a move. Yeah, it's like he doesn't have a path to the end. Again, he's not drawing dead if he gets to the end. Like he definitely can win. Like even against Kyle, he theoretically can win. But it's just like they just didn't really have a path there. But also like if he just won immunity at 5. But yeah, it's like I kind of feel like he's a worse Brett. But like maybe a worse Brett does deserve to be here. Which at that point it's like, okay, is Katurah? But I think the difference is that Katurah didn't really like, even if Katurah made the move, she still doesn't win likely, right? Because at least like Mitch and Brett were people that inherently had the win equity to like win those scenarios. Katurah doesn't. Katurah still loses. Like even if she makes the move against D, like she still loses to Austin. She still loses to Julie. I would say he was a second man to Brett, or if I say Brett was the second man to Chris. I mean, but like Chris gets taken out so early. That's like kind of why he was as low as he was. But it's like the fact that he's like able to navigate through more rounds after that, like find a new alliance, even in the end game again, like kind of gets screwed out of getting to the very end. Is it fair to knock all the people in 489 who believe versus IO expired at 6? Like I think it's like a thing to bring up, but it's not like I don't think to me it's like a major thing to where like I would dock them that much in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, what am I doing with Romeo? I think I gotta figure that out. Romeo has a good pre-merge. Post-merge is like abhorrently bad, especially for someone that makes it to the end. Maybe here. He's like, I do think the pre-merge is like genuinely good. Like he's really in the center of things. I guess to be fair, like he doesn't really get his way with the Zach vote. I'm not gonna bother running through that right now of like new era cast based on gameplay. But my gut would say 47 is the best. I don't know. Maybe 45. 45 has some lows though. I guess 47 has some lows. Jake's such a bizarre player. Because Jake just tries, like Jake is never in a good spot the entire season. Jake should be so much higher. I was thinking Jake should be lower. It's tries to, like, Katura does try also. Like Jake is someone that tries but doesn't succeed at a single fucking thing. Like Katura is at least able to actually like infiltrate the what's it called? The Reba 4. Jake should be above Tony, obviously. Like Jake doesn't even have like an alliance the entire season. According to Davey, Jake's fun to have edibles with. Well, thank God we know that. I don't know. I think like Jake should be where Dean is. And like maybe we'll change where Dean is, but like ultimately like comparing Jake to Dean, it's like, is there that big of a difference? I actually feel like that's kind of fine. But yeah, what the fuck they do with Grant Matos? He's like, I could see where Grant's like high-ish. Like he's not an active enough of a player, but like he was pretty well liked. He likely wins a jury vote. The problem is that he was kind of riding for a group he was on the bottom of. I think that makes it worse for Grant is the fact that he like is because like looking at some of the people below him, it's like at least some of these people like came into merger down in numbers and like had adversity get faced off against. Like, Grant didn't face off against any adversity and he still doesn't get to the end. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking one of these two probably. Like, I think either below Debbie or maybe like with Dara. Okay. trying to think this through. I kind of feel like him with Dara feels fine. Yeah, I guess that's fair. His boot round was one where like Ashley was the intended target. But like still Grant was meant to be going next anyway. Where like Rob didn't want to go to the final three with Grant. Yeah, next grouping players is just a mess. I think I'll keep him with Dara. I kind of can see that parallel there. Like both jury threats got deep-ish into the game. Would have won if they had gotten to the end. Also, were like on the bottom of their original groups. Yeah, it's like I think that's fine. I think we might rework this. Because like I think I think like this is kind of a tier probably below. And then this is probably... Yeah, is Trish above? Is Trish like closer to this? I don't know, actually. I actually no. Trish was Liz, right? That's what I was doing. Trish is Liz. Nah, maybe I do something like this. What time are we at? Dude, it's fucking 2:47 in the morning. That's insane. I am so fucked. This is never getting finished. But whatever. To be fair, if my 50 review ends up taking longer than expected anyway, I guess that buys me a bit more time. Alec is subscribed for the White Lotus cameo. I don't know about that. I just gotta double check I didn't delete anyone along the way. Okay, we're good. Alright. The fuck are we doing with these people? Alright. So, I think this is just a mess. Generally, this tier is a mess. I think a lot of these people are going to be moving up. Like, I think we're kind of gonna... Yeah, be mixing in a lot of these people with these tiers up here. Just because, like... Yeah, I think a lot of these players are probably just too low. Like, I think ultimately what we're doing here is probably just, like, we're probably moving down a lot of these, like, GOAT-esque players. Actually, I just realized Helen Glover versus Grant. Shit. That's also kind of a decent comparison, actually. Helen Glover and Grant. Does that mean I want to move Helen Glover up? I don't know if I want to move her up that much. Like, actually, I do think that's a decent comparison. Like, players that were, like, too low. Like, because, like, Helen was too loyal to Brian. Grant was too loyal to Rob. They likely beat the person they were too loyal to, but were, like, didn't know that person was going to cut them. Helen's good at water challenges. Well, thank God we know that. I feel like this makes me want to move Helen up, though, more than move Grant down. Because ultimately they still were able to make it deep with a lot of win equity. I feel like that's still probably better than these people that, like, didn't have any win equity. And actually, maybe an in-between here, maybe? I don't know. I guess these are people that theoretically should have won. Okay, I think that's probably close to what I'm gonna do. I think like make like kind of a middle here. What's the best way to do this? Move this down. I'll be honest, I'm so tired already. I'm so fucked. Like, I'm definitely not getting to the point I want to tonight, but whatever. Yeah, I think Helen there. I think Grant here. I think the argument here is that these are players that didn't get to the end and couldn't get to the end, but they had a lot of win equity. These are players that did get closer to the end and like came theoretically close to winning the game, but then didn't. Dara is one I'm still like, I could see it going either way. I think the fact that Dara, again, like I think it's like a spot where Dara was like at the bottom for her own alliance kind of makes me want to move her down. Like Dara is essentially just a worse Bob Crowley in a way. So yeah, I think that's actually kind of okay. 24-hour stream to finish this. I mean, genuinely, if we're not done with this in like a month, I would not be shocked if I do like a random stream just to finish this. Again, by the time I finish the 50 review, this needs to be done. Like this 100% needs to be done by then, because that is actually, I guess not 100% because I guess 50 review I need to make like I think 3 videos to fill up Saturdays. After that, I need to do this for sure. So like. Yeah, like there definitely is like a point where like it's crunch time. We're not quite there yet, but yeah, there is gonna be a period where like we definitely need to like I definitely will need to actually work on it and get it done. Who even is Danny? Which Danny we're talking about? Dara at least becomes active post merge. Yeah, that's actually fair. Cool. You want to hang the mic accidentally. Yeah, like Dara's like kind of dynamically playing the game in the post merge. Yeah, fuck it, that's fair. Yeah, I'll move her back up there. Okay, I think everything's fine now. Okay, again, like this is just such a mess. How do I even approach this? Okay, what do I do here? So like Jake and Ken are players that like maybe they go up. Like Jake and Ken, like ultimately, what is the argument that they're worse than Colleen and Elizabeth? Like in general, I feel like this grouping right here are all players that like, are they that different from these players up here, the Colleen, like Elizabeth tier? I guess like obviously they made it further, but I guess Kim Powers like kind of. I guess Kim Powers like early game isn't as strong. Like Kim Powers is like again that it was like a 4v4 split in the original tribe. Post swap she's on the bottom, right? Yeah, kind of. It's definitely not like consistent, but like maybe Kim Powers should be here. Roger should move closer to them. Wait, which Roger are we talking about? We're talking about Roger Sexton? Getting the nitty gritty and sea of oranges and reds. Yeah. I think we're kind of already, like, I think it's gonna be similar to what we're doing here at this point. Like, I think at this point, it's already, like, kind of like, getting to the nitty gritty of people that don't fucking matter. Oh, Roger Bingham. Okay, yeah. I think the difference of Rogers, I think Roger had a cleaner path to a win, though. Like, I think Roger, like, we know the positioning, like, his position in the original Kucha, and that was, like, the best position on Kucha. Where it's, like, these people that have as clean of positions, I guess, like, maybe you can argue Colleen, I guess. But I guess, like, the thing that benefits Roger also is the fact that Scooping gets medevaced. Where had that not happen, then, like, there's a chance he just gets to merge and wins at that point anyway. I mean, when he lost his numbers, he did do something. He literally got into, like, he got saved over Jerry and Amber. Like, he got all the way to the final 5. Like, he made a relationship with, like, Tina and Keith and got the 5. But I think, we'll move Jake and Ken at least here. Like, they're at least in this conversation. Greg and Gretchen. Actually, wait. Let's do... How should I approach this? Let's create... I think they're moving up at least to this ballpark. I think in general they were probably too low to begin with. I fucked this up. Yeah, let's add this here. Okay. Yeah, where exactly do they go? Like old men like Roger and Dan Spilo, clearly. I do have a thing for older men, if you can't tell from my top characters of all time video. Jonas is even... How old is Jonas? Is Jonas even that old? I guess he was like probably like 40 or something, right? I think a problem for me here is that I feel like Chad is probably too high. He's like, ultimately, I feel like Chad is probably like here. Like, maybe at the top of this, maybe like there. But like, I think Chad essentially would have been this. Like, if Chad was able to, like if his tribe came into the merge with numbers, he's probably just this. He's probably just, like, the guy at the bottom of his alliance that eventually gets picked off right before the end, that had a lot of win equity. Chad had a leg up on everyone, that is true. I think I give him maybe a little bit more credit for, like, by the end, he was, like, he at least, like, did some good work in trying to pull over Scout and, yeah, it's probably... I think, I would say he's above Helen, though. Like, Helen's someone that kind of, like, laid down and died by the end. I think Chad at least had, like, a bit more fight. I think Greg is probably too high here as well. You know, actually, okay, let's... I think we're gonna have to fucking debate all of these people. I think their original spots were too low to where, like, I think we just have to rework things. Was he at the bottom? He was at the bottom in the sense that Chris wasn't going to take him to the end. Like, I think it's a similar thing of, like, Chris never wanted to go to the end of Chad in the same way that, like, Brian didn't want to go to the end of Helen, the same that Rob didn't want to go to the end of Grant. I think by the time it happens, it's a bit rocky. But yeah, it's a bit rocky in the sense that, like, from what I understand, the initial power structure was that Chris and Bubba were, like, a ride or die duo. And at that point, Chad was actually, like, fully just on the bottom of their group. But then once Bubba's gone, Chris became closer to Chad, but even then was not willing to take Chad to the end. I think his initial final two was Bubba. I think by the end game, Twyla. Like I think by the time Bubba leaves, I think it's Twyla. Because we see them make a final two back in the Swap Tribe. Yeah, it's like I think Greg is too high. Greg should not be this high. I think is becoming an issue. Yeah, Kim Powers. I think Kim Powers maybe should be closer to here. I think Kim Powers, like the issue I have Kim Powers that she, like I think in comparison to Colleen and Elizabeth, they were very clearly in the majority of their groups coming into the merge, and like were clearly in spots where like had their group like come out with numbers, they were in good spots to go on to win the game or like at least get to the end of the game. Kim Powers isn't really that. Kim Powers like even in her own power structure, it's a bit of a mess. So yeah, I think Kim being closer to like a Cindy Hall makes a bit more sense to me. Jake and Ken, I kind of want to, yeah, I think they're probably closer to here. Where's Roger in this? He's quite a bit higher, right? Actually, the fact that John Carroll is there is kind of an issue, too. I actually feel like there's an argument these players are higher than John Carroll and them. Who's way too high? How about Jake and Ken? Like if anything, I feel like Jake should be higher. Oh, Roger we're talking about is too high? Maybe. I think you're underrating Roger. Yeah, I think this is fine. Yeah, I think this is perfectly fine. Where he's at right now. I think... is there a world where Jake should be here? Do I have an answer on who wins Jake versus Ken? Like if Sukjai got the numbers in the post merge and it played out, who wins? I think Jake. I'm not 100% sure though. Yeah, I can kind of see also Ken because like, he was also like a firefighter or like, no, he was a cop, right? New York cop. Anyway, it was like during 9/11. I can see that play in his favor too. Like Jake definitely had some not like I know Clay hated Jake and that sort of thing. Like I think like Penny and Aaron vote Jake. Clay votes Ken. Brian probably votes Ken. No, actually Brian probably votes Jake. Helen probably votes Ken. Ted, I'm not sure. Then Jan probably votes Jake. Yeah, so I think Jake does win. Yeah, so I think I'm leaning Jake. Yeah, so I think I put Jake here. But I think like Ken's not that far apart to where like, is really Ken that far apart from like a Nick Stanberry? I could see Ken being that high too, though. Like if Jake is like the Austin, Ken is the Nick. Alex here. Maybe it's like a, I don't know, but I think that's the thing about Austin is I just don't know who wins Austin Nick. Like, I think that one's literally just like completely up in the air. I think with Ken, yeah, it's like I do have more of a sense that Jake would win. But like even then, it's pretty tight. It's not like it's a definitive thing. I'm kind of thinking like maybe Ken's like at the bottom of this tier, but like probably still stays in this tier. Kept Sheehan too long. That's fair, right? I mean, like I think I don't know. It's tough because like I don't think Ken and Jake did much wrong. It's just that Sheehan is Sheehan, I guess. Because like Sheehan, like it's more so that Sheehan flips because of like Penny, right? I believe is like the story. Or like Sheehan actually like wanted to work with Ken and Jake. She just like hated Penny so much that she was like, well, I'm just gonna flip to not be a Penny. But yeah, like I think it's a spot where like I get what they're doing. I think what they were doing was like fine on paper if they could just get Penny and Sheehan to work together. Yeah, I think it's fine. I like because ultimately it's like I don't know. Yeah, I actually now I'm thinking about it. Yeah, because it is different though than these players, right? Because these players just had no shot. Like you can argue these players had a shot and they fucked it up. So yeah, I can see this actually. Like I don't think it's a major deal though where like it's not like Dave Ball where like I think it's like more detrimental. But like I think it is like a thing of like it is a minor fuck up you can call out. So yeah, I think we'll do that. Where the fuck am I now? We finished all those people, right? Oh no, we didn't. Wait, yeah, no, we did. No, we didn't because Greg and Greg and Gretchen. This is way too high for Greg. For one. Greg wasn't even in the majority during the Pagong days. Like, I think at best he's here. Realistically, maybe Greg is just actually like maybe he is actually fine where he is. He might be like one of the few people that actually is like kind of fine where he was to begin with. Because yeah, Greg was like never in a good spot in his original tribe. I think he has like some instincts for the game, but like he didn't really care about the game and like came nowhere close to getting to the end. It's like, yeah, he technically had win equity, but it was that final 9. It's like he had no path to the end. Really not even like any like major allies that were like trying to get to the end with him. Convinced Rudy that he cried. That is some great manipulation there. Yeah, I think Greg actually being here is fine. Gretchen, I think, is one that like might be a bit better. Like Gretchen's someone that like at least was like seemingly running her original tribe. Still fucks it up by the end, but I kind of do want to. I think she should be above. Above Greg and probably above this grouping. My gut kind of feels like here for some reason. I don't know if that's even really founded. Random tries to split their vote 5 ways. I mean, yeah, but like it's Borneo. I kind of want to go here. I think like maybe like Alicia Rosa level. like had influence, definitely fucked it up by the end. Like definitely had like and like maybe Courtney Merritt, maybe in like that kind of category. What type of music does J.M.I. make? Great music. Best music of all time. Dude, I'm generally so fucking tired. I'm so fucked. Well, at least finish this. Dude, how much more do we... Dude, there's no fucking way. What? Dude, there's still this many people? How many people was this? Still 72 people? Yeah, we're not getting the Russ Swan. Oh no. Started to like Katy Perry's music. That's something. But used to be so much higher. Did he? I mean, I think he was like around here or so, maybe here. Oh, he was a little higher. I don't think he was like that much higher. Edgardo is a player that exists. Edgardo probably should be higher. Like, Edgardo and Alex should not be this big of a gap, right? Like, where the fuck is Alex? Hey, he's like all the way up here. Like, there should not be that big of a gap. Like, I think at worst, probably here. Like, Alex is someone that we do see out in front a bit more. We do see Alex, like, again, like, the Mookie vote is something I give him, like, a modicum of credit for. Okay. Fuck. Why'd stream struggle there? Like, nothing was happening. Whatever. Dave Ball. Yeah, I can kind of see that, too. Yeah, maybe like a Pete Urkowski kind of level. I think that feels kind of fine, actually. Like, I don't think there's enough, like, because I feel like these players probably do more actively wrong. Edgardo doesn't really do that much, like, actively wrong. He just comes into the merge, like, kind of down in numbers. I think in comparison to Leanne, I feel like Leanne, like, makes more mistakes. Like, I think Leanne, like, blows, like, a massive lead. I don't feel like Edgardo blows a lead. I think he just, yeah, he just came into merge down numbers. And then I guess, like, they wasted the idol, but it's like, I don't know, that's not that big of a deal. It is kind of funny that Leanne's light blue. Like, right next to a yellow. That is true. Leanne's also a woman, so, I mean, it's a bit tougher. Is there a woman in this tier? There is, right? See? I'm not fully sexist. Where are we at now? Eric Huffman. Yeah, I think Eric Hoffman's also higher. See, okay, I think the thing is, like, with this tier, like, by this point in the list, these should be players that probably had rocky positions early on in the game. I think. I don't know. I guess maybe we'll have to debate that a bit more. But either way, I feel like Eric is someone that probably moves up slightly higher. I don't know how much higher, though. And, like, maybe it's just a thing where, like, is Greg just too high, maybe? Like, Eric's someone that, like, on the season at least, he was fairly affable. People liked him. He theoretically could have won a jury vote at the end. He was, like, a pretty big underdog figure. He had a good position on his original tribe. Like, I think at worst, he's here. But I think the thing to argue, like, actually, maybe he's here. Maybe that's fair. Like Elizabeth Colleen, as in, like, good position, wasn't really, like, running the game in any way, but, like, yeah, was in a good position early on. Gets, like, on the wrong side of Pagonging, but still makes it, like, pretty deep. with like a good amount of win equity. I think that's a fair comparison. Yeah, I think that's fair. I wonder if Eric's a virgin still. 1,000,000,000%. That's undeniable. There's no way he's not, or there's no way he. Wait, yeah, there's no way he's not still a virgin. No, wait, there's no way he's. Yeah, that's right, right? It doesn't fucking matter. Jeff does wonder that all the time. I wonder if Jeff was like at the 50 finale being like, you know what? I wonder if that Eric guy is still a virgin. Do you imagine that's one of the twists that they're going to bring back for the open era is Jeff asking people, hey, are you a virgin? Do you imagine fucking Jeff goes up to fucking what's her name, Linnea, be like, hey, are you a virgin? Yeah, where are we at? We're at Steve Wright. I think Steve Wright's moving higher. Like, I just think the majority of these people in this tier should be higher, right? Because like the majority of these people are like not that dissimilar from some of the people like up there that have like a semblance of win equity. Yeah, Steve Wright, he's probably like how high do I go? Maybe like Debbie? I don't know. Actually, let's see. Okay, also, why? Oh, probably should delete this like big gap here at this point. Maybe actually Danny McRae. The thing, I actually do think he's better than Grant. Like, Steve had like because like Grant was on the bottom of his group with no one wanting to take him to the end. Steve had a Mike Cheezel that was actually loyal to him. And yeah, maybe that big of a gap is kind of insane, but like, maybe like here, I think like probably Debbie. I think below Debbie probably. Yeah, I think I'll do that. I think I'll do below Debbie. Like Debbie at least had like the killer instinct to like flip on Coach. I don't know if Steve has that with Mike. So yeah. Yeah, I think I'll leave him here. Loses the mic? You don't know that. No, you do. So I think I think Steve probably beats. Actually, how many people does he beat? I think he beats Julie. It's too fair. Who knows about David? I don't know about Ralph. Probably not. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe yeah. Maybe it should be lower for like win equity issues. Yeah, I kind of feel like. I think at the end of the day, yeah, I think I kind of have to put him as like a second command to Mike. At least, yeah, I do think win equity wise, it's probably more of a struggle than I was thinking. Because I mean, like I had it in my head. I already knew that he loses the Mike, but now actually thinking about it, even against the other Zapateras, it's probably not looking great. And And like even then, even against like a Matt who they would have pulled over to their side, he loses to Matt. So it's like, yeah, I don't know. Next to Philip. Yeah, I think I'll leave him here. I think it's like he would be above Philip had Philip not returned. I think Philip's return moves him up. I think is what I'm kind of selling on. Dude, I think we're gonna have to end with this tier. Like, there's no fucking way I'm gonna be able to do more. It's fucking 320 already. What do I name next stream? Do I still name it Russell Swan, even though we're so far away from Russell Swan? Dude, that is insane. There's still that many. Dude, how many people did I get through this stream? How did I only get? I mean, I guess I kind of get how I only got through a certain amount, but yeah, it means I only got through like 70 people this stream. Whatever. Michelle Schubert. Keith. Keith should just generally be higher, right? Like, Keith is probably more of a, is Keith kind of like this? Like, kind of like John Carroll, maybe, level? Is Angelina better than Dan Spieler? But we already found the answer to that. I can't believe these people were better than Russell Swan. I guess we could do that. Kane, where the fuck is Kane, actually? Generally, where is Kane? 44. Oh, Kane is close. Could do Kane. I would love to do Kane. In the greatest Traders Canada player of all time. But yeah, I think Keith around here is fine. I think it's like he was in the dominant position in his original tribe, had his tribe run down numbers. Like, he's in a good spot to get to the end. But ultimately, I think they don't do that because, like, he does, like, isolate Cochrane and even then, even within like that, there's the weird like stuff of the Elise vote and everything of him like not willing to vote that way. Just I don't know, like there's some weird stuff there. Yeah, I think I'll leave him here. I can see an argument for him being up here too, though. You know what? Fuck it. I think I'm gonna put him up there. Because even though I think it like this management of Cochrane's definitely bad. Ultimately, it's a spot where like he's essentially like a one immunity win away from like that not mattering and him just winning anyway. He did get Whitney to cheat on her boyfriend or her husband, right, at the time. From what I understand, I believe they were already separated by that point, but still, again, something. Anyway, Jim Rice. Jim Rice is probably like I think Jim Rice is probably actually here, or maybe even. I guess too far you can argue Jim Rice and like a Missy. Like Jim Rice is a very like and like maybe like a War Dog, that sort of grouping. Like Jim Rice is a very aggressive player. Ultimately, I don't know what the long-term position was for him. Where I know him, Keith Whitney still had a final 3, and he also had like a final 3 with Cochrane and Don. I'm not sure how the exact endgame plays out. Like I could definitely see him flipping on Keith and Whitney, but we just don't know how that actually would have really played out. So like I don't know, maybe I do put him here to like give him credit for like having that positioning. Keith to convince 2 other teams to forfeit the challenge and race to the pistol. Oh, we're talking about fucking Amazing Race, sure. I guess that's a thing. Yeah, Whitney was married. But yeah, yeah, I feel like Jim there is actually kind of okay. Mainly because of the unknown, though. Michael Snow will... I don't know. What do I do with Michael Snow? Michael Snow's probably closer to, like, this level. The, like, Eric Huffman level, I feel like. Like, him being kind of screwed is something to factor in. That we're like, I don't know, maybe because of that, you could, like, go to here. Can we rank Amazing Race players? I think that's... no. I mean, essentially. Like, I'm never doing that. Above Reed. Maybe in this tier, actually. Like, I think given his circumstances, he was playing, like, as well as he could have. It was just kind of an unwinnable position. He kind of, like, dies a bit in his final round. Like, he's not really doing that much in that round. But, yeah, I think ultimately he probably should be somewhere in this, like, ballpark. If not even, like, yeah, I think debatably higher just because, like, I think he's not playing poorly for most of his season. Well, you're talking about Josh, aren't you? Like, part of me actually kind of wants to put him with Tracy Hughes Wolf, to be honest. I think it's kind of similar to Tracy, where, like, it was kind of, like, insurmountable odds to begin with. And, like, again, they're not flawless, but, like, I think considering the circumstance, they played almost as well as they could have. Yeah, we're talking about Michael Snow. Gary, where's Gary again? Oh, he was higher, right? Generally, I could see a bit more from Michael Snow than Tracy, because he's a man, obviously. But no, because, like, Michael was, like, more in the actual center position. Like, essentially, like, Tracy was, like, always kind of, like, clawing her way up. Like, Michael was actually kind of running the tribe on the original fuckers, whatever they're called, fans. Do you imagine? The fuckers tribe. Yeah, I can actually kind of see it. But this feels, I don't know, is this getting too high at this point? Michael Snow being this high? But, like, I definitely can see a lot of him and Gary Hogaboom. Fuckers versus favorites. I'll put the just showed up. I don't know what the use of that is. Okay, cool. Didn't mean to hit the mic. Dude, I've been hitting the mic a lot this stream. What the fuck? Is this higher than what it normally is? Or is it lower? I don't know. Why am I hitting the mic so much? Yeah, it's like he doesn't really do much wrong. I probably would have liked to see a bit more fight from him at the end, but, like, that's not really, like, a major criticism. And, like, yeah, it is, like, a safe vote position. Yeah, fuck it. I'll put him up here. I think I feel content enough with that. Dude, how much higher did he go up on this list? That's kind of funny. LJ, Josh, I feel like they're probably still together. They're probably a tad higher, though. They are pretty sloppy, like, kind of dominant-ish players. I would say probably John Mish level here. Maybe. I don't know. I guess maybe you can, like, say Leanne, Alex Bell. I guess John Mish is a bit slop. Actually, having Josh above is weird, right? Where's Jeffra? Actually, where did I put Jeffra again? Is Jeffra still down here? Yeah, she is. I don't know. I think it's. Okay, let me see something again. Wait, wrong one. Move that back there. Now, is that more of a sign that Jeffra should go up a bit? Okay, I think. Okay, actually, let's see. I think LJ can be here. Jeffra took a fat dip of that guac, did she though? But yeah, oh yeah, actually wait, yeah, it was yeah. It was Wu saying that about her, right? Whatever. But yeah, I think LJ being here, I can kind of see it. Like him being at the bottom of his alliance. I think like there probably was some better early work to where like kind of wants to. Dude, I'm so fucking tired. Kind of makes me want to put him higher. There we go. But like ultimately he still is like kind of at the bottom of his group with like. Actually, but then again, I guess like I don't know. Like were people like did anyone actually want to take him to the end? I guess he had like a Jeffra who was like willing to take him deep at least. Like Cass seemed to want to go deepish with him. Like obviously Tony Wu weren't. Trish theoretically was. So I don't know. He's kind of I don't know. He's kind of like in between tiers for me. Or like I think it's like a debate of like which one do I go with? Do I go with like him being like on the bottom of his alliance and like was it just inevitable he was going to be picked off, or do I give him credit for like slightly better positioning and through that he's probably here. I think he's probably just John Mish in that world. I kind of want to go with this. Like I kind of want to go with that, and I kind of want to go with Jeffra moving up to here. Yeah, I think Jeffra here makes sense. I think LG's a more active player than Jeffra, but it's like I think I'm gonna put LJ there. Yeah, I think I'm gonna sell an LJ there. I think I'm gonna put LJ higher than Jeffra on this. Like I think it's still a spot where like LJ, like if he had gotten to the end, he wins. He still had at the time he was eliminated like what 3 other people that were loyal to him. Jeff was willing to turn on Tony. I mean, like so was LJ eventually. Like it took Jeffra being blindsided to actually take the shot at Tony, and like even then didn't actually take the shot. I think like LJ and Jeffra both had the same like idea of what to do with Tony. Yeah, I think this is fine. Yeah, she's better than Dan Spilo now. Thank God. Who's next again? Josh Canfield. Josh. I might put him just right below LJ. Was running his original tribe, but like badly. It mismanages relationships. I guess like okay, I am like now struggling with this tier here because like what is the difference really? It's like, is there that much of a difference between that John Mish? I guess John Mish was positioned worse early on, but like, doesn't that mean that they should move up then because they were positioned well early on in comparison to John Mish? If anything, I actually feel like LJ does like less wrong than a lot of the people in this tier. Is LJ here? I don't know. I don't know what the fuck to do with LJ. I think LJ like there's some good stuff. Again, he's running his original tribe. He gets swap screwed and gets out of that. He's like merged around sloppy as fuck, but I don't know, at least in a majority for a little bit after that. And then like his boot round's like not even like yeah, I don't think it's even a spot where like LJ does anything that wrong. Like I think it's more so just a spot where like Tony just snipes him. There's like again like him versus Gabe Ortiz. It's like they're around the same. Like Josh, I kind of feel like fits more this because I think Josh is a way sloppier player. And yeah, I think that's the tough thing about him versus John Mish. I do think Josh was better positioned than John Mish early on though. And I think John Mish is someone that was like greatly benefited by Blood versus Water theme. Or like I think if it was for the Blood versus Water theme, he wouldn't be able to do a lot of things he was able to do on that season. So I don't know. I think I can stand by this. Yeah, I think I stand by this. I think this is fine. Who is next? Scott Pollard. Okay, that's an interesting one. Scott Pollard, I could see actually still being here. I want to see something. Where's Cal Jason again? Where did we leave Cal Jason? Up here. Okay. Because in a way, I remember this is a thing. Like, I compare Cal Jason to Deshaun. I could see a world where Scott Pollard is the Danny. And I actually think that's like fairly similar. Where's Jacqueline? She's like somewhere down here. Where is she? There? Jacqueline sucks. Like Jacqueline was on the bottom for Original Tribe. Like only actually has like a semblance of a good game when she's with John. And that's because of the connections that John has more than the connections she has. Generally, is Jacqueline one of the most overrated players in Survivor history? Because I think a lot of people like look at Jacqueline highly when Jacqueline like actually kind of really sucks. Either way, Scott Pollard. Yeah, I think there's arguments that he could be like the Danny. Especially if we're having Deshaun as high as he is. I think the difference is that Danny had a win equity though, right? Like Scott was a GOAT. Even then his navigation towards the end game was very sloppy. I kind of want to put him with Greg. I think there are people that rate Jacqueline highly, especially at the time of Saint Sur, like around that time. I remember like there was a while where people were like, oh my God, we need to see Jacqueline play again. Like she was so good her first time around. Like I think like probably people just forgot about Jacqueline nowadays, but there definitely was a period of time where like people were like very high on Jacqueline. I think someone could make a genuine argument that Jason is the best puzzle solver in Survivor history now. I mean, again, anyone could argue anything, but anything that I would take seriously, no. behind until like a year ago. Was I? I remember there was a point where I was like high-ish on her, but I feel like it was definitely longer than a year ago I dropped. Either way, Scott Pollard, I kind of do want to keep him here, actually. He's like, Scott Pollard versus Steve Wright. It's like, I think Steve Wright's probably better. He's like, Scott Pollard, like, was hated. It's like he was hated. His navigation through game's pretty sloppy. Like, I think he's at least like an active player to give him at least like that modicum of credit, but like he just can't win the game. Like he can't win the game. He was taken out middle merge, and even then, like, has sloppy navigation. So yeah, I think like I think I settle with him around here. I think it's fine. Alec Merlino probably should be higher. Alec's very sloppy, which is an issue. But, like, I think Alec's probably... Actually, I don't know. Maybe Alec is around here. Maybe like, is he Greg level? Maybe Alec can be Greg level. Again, another one, though, that's very active in the game. To want to kind of give him credit for that, but, like, that kind of leads to a lot of sloppiness. And, like, it's not like he comes, like, anywhere close to being in the endgame stretch. I don't know. I actually feel like him with Greg is not the most egregious thing. Yeah. I don't know. Screwed by minority having idols and advantages. That's kind of fair. I mean, it is fair, yeah. I guess it is fair. But yeah, I think his like play before that was still like very sloppy. I think he's definitely below this. It's like at that point, it's like, I don't know, where is he? Like Grant Matos level, maybe? Like, it's not really a 1-for-1, but yeah, I don't know. I don't really feel like he fits into like any of these tiers. Above Will Wall. I don't think he's above Will Wall. Like, I think Will Wall is like playing more optimally than Alec. Alec got screwed that Jared dropped, yeah. I think I'll put him here with like Grant. I don't think he has a genuine path to the very end. But like, yeah, you could definitely argue he got screwed by like the Davids having all those advantages. And like, I think he's just like such a sloppy player early on that like I don't really want to put him too high. Actually, maybe here. Maybe Chris Underwood level. Maybe above Chris Underwood. Maybe that's fine. Maybe like a spot above Chris Underwood. Like essentially a Chris Underwood. Okay, why am I hitting the mic so much? What the fuck? But yeah, maybe a Chris Underwood that survived the pre-merge. Now I need to know. Wait. Now I know why I need Just Chong back. What the fuck is Just Chong doing? Okay, cool. It's 3:44 in the morning.
When a gay person is born, they are assigned by God himself a random, underedited woman who gets voted out in the pre-merge of Survivor to Stan. Personally, mine is Lisa Kiefer from Survivor Vanuatu. I had no say in this. This is just how God made me. I would love to hear everyone else's. Please put them in the comments. We asked this question on Twitter years ago, and some of the answers were crazy. So give me your random woman God assigned you to stand as.
Okay, cool. What, just Chong is yours? Okay, yeah, sure. Okay, what the fuck? Wait, what did that just reload? Whatever. Saying Lisa Kiefer's wild. Yeah, it is pretty random. Yeah, it's like I think Alec here feels fine. I think it kind of evens out. Who's next again? Oh, dude, okay, 4 more people, and then we can fucking end stream, even though this isn't anywhere close to being where I wanted to be by the end. John Hennigan. John Hennigan's interesting. I think at least he's here. He does get kind of screwed out of the game. He gets taken out by a minority vote split, which hadn't happened before. I guess he was in a pretty good spot in his original tribe. Maybe here even. Above Angelina. Yeah, the thing is, like, I feel like he's actually, like, a pretty competent player. Like, I don't think he does, like, that much actively wrong on the season. Like, I actually feel like he... Yeah, it's like there's not really a major criticism from him. He just gets kind of sniped out of the game. Oh no, Dan Spiel is getting lower. I kind of want to go here, genuinely. I kind of want to go like Caleb Bankston level, maybe. Like Alex Angarita. To be honest, there's even like I think there's a war where you can argue him here. Like, part of this feels like kind of ridiculous to have John Hennigan this high, but like generally, like John Hennigan doesn't do much wrong. Yeah, it's like I feel like he's actually like a pretty competent player. Like early on, he was like in a good spot. He also tried to like pull in Natalie. Yeah, I kind of feel like that's fuck it. Put him there. I think that's fine. Kind of like this is essentially just kind of a tier of like kind of like somewhat screwed over people that had good, like, or at least were playing well for most of it. Noelle. Okay. Noelle, I think is a player that is probably better on paper than her actual resume. Like she is actually, yeah, Angelina's one of the lower returnees at this point, right? Like she's someone that like Noelle's type of player, like if she played again, I would have a lot of faith in Noelle. But like ultimately the game she plays is one where she's kind of on the bottom the entire time, and while she's able to like recover a decent amount, like she's ultimately still just kind of on the bottom. does seem to have a lot of win equity, but not really ever like has like a truly solid path. Yeah, it's like I kind of feel like she's either like here if like a Greg, or she could be like, maybe like, yeah, maybe here with like a Gretchen. I think those are kind of like the two spots I'm looking at. Um, um, I really don't know which one to settle on. I kind of want to go a Gretchen level. Jodo Campo. I just feel like that's a different tier entirely. Because that's more like beta, beta. But yeah, like more second command sort of people. Like, Noel's not really a second command. I think Greg fits better, but I also just have more faith in Noelle. Like, I do think her and Greg, like, I think based on the actual games they played, Greg and Noelle is like a near 1-for-1. But I think the fact that Noelle, like, yeah, was able to like lose allies and then pick up new allies, like, I think there's a lot more like versatility there from Greg, or from her that isn't there with Greg. But I guess to be fair, like Greg, like try to make an alliance with like Rich, or make a, I don't know, whatever, relationship with Rich and that sort of stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'll probably leave her here, I guess. I think her Greg makes sense. James Jones is kind of a tough one. He might move a little higher. Yeah. I think he moves up. Because like he was at least running his original tribe. He might be like around here. Like I think you can like argue like by the time he was taken out, again, like would he have been taken out had that been a normal round of gameplay? His post-merge game though was very, I don't know. I mean, I guess too far he does survive a lot of votes. He's worse than Alec. I think he's more strategically sound than Alec, but he probably shouldn't be this much higher than Alec. I think it's probably fair. I'm kind of feeling like maybe they should be their own tier. I kind of feel like I can kind of see this, like, them running the game at a point, but, like, not in an actual good way. Like, maybe that's, like, I don't want to put Alec this high, but, like, maybe, like, around here. I think I can kind of see that. Mitch is better than multiple winners. Yeah, he's better than what, Chris and Bob? That is a thing. He's better than Alec. I think they're on the same level. I mean, like, ultimately it's a spot where, like, Alec also, like, gets a bit unfortunate of how the, like, advantages and all that play out. Like, I think Alex probably, like, sloppier. I think Missy had more, like, direct control than Alec. Or, like, Alec wasn't really, like, running the original Goliath tribe. Like, he was in a good spot, but, like, he wasn't really running the tribe. Like, Missy was, like, running everything on her original tribe. And then, like, got swapped into a spot where, like, even then, I think she's playing optimally through the swap. So, yeah, I think Missy's better. But, yeah, maybe... what is the gap here? It's not that massive. I am thinking maybe this is a spot where, like, maybe Missy should be closer to here. Maybe closer to, like, a Josh Canfield. Yeah, or past Gabler. James is more similar to Missy than to Alec. Trying to think it through. I mean, like, they end their season similarly and start their season similarly. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's like I do think James... Yeah, I really don't know what to do, James. See, I think the thing that's messing with me is I feel like Sammy is a better player than James. Is this a spot where just Missy should go down a bit? But, like, I don't feel like this tier is that, like... Missy's just in this tier, though. So, like, is it just a spot where, like, this tier is here? Then I guess I just have to bite the bullet and say James is a better player than Sammy. I mean, dang, I guess Sammy is different than these people. So, like, maybe I could do that. Maybe Sammy's there. Or maybe Sammy is here, actually. Maybe I could do this. Like, he wasn't... I feel like Sammy is actually more like... He's, like, maybe his own, like, kind of tier. Somewhere in the middle here. Actually, you know what? I think him and Sophie Segretti is not the worst comparison, actually. So, yeah, I think we'll do that. And it's 4 fucking a.m. And we got one player left. Let's get this fucking over with for tonight. Matt Blankenship. What the fuck do I do with Matt Blankenship? I think he moves up. I don't know how much. Like, he's an okay player. He gets very twist screwed. But yeah, I don't know how high to go on him. Because, like, it's also in a spot where we don't really see much from him. Maybe here. Like, maybe, is Michaela even consistent at this point? Like, what the fuck am I doing, Michaela, here? I don't know. But either way, like, is he like Eric Huffman? I guess not exactly, because he gets taken out so early on. Maybe like here then. Maybe like Liana. But then it's not like the people flipped against him. Maybe like here? I generally don't know. Yeah, it's just kind of a weird one. Yeah, maybe Jessica. I can kind of see that. Jessica has like higher, like probably has a higher high, but also has a lower low. Yeah, I think this is fine. I think it kind of equals out to where like it's not the most egregious thing in the world. Like Matt, like kind of is a like I don't know. He's like not a great player, but like we don't really see him do that much actively wrong. He also was like very limited in the fact that like he didn't have his vote. And yeah, he's just kind of Swiss screwed at the end. There's like, we really don't see him do much like well, but like we also don't see him do that much wrong either. Which kind of makes me actually want to put him closer to this, especially because he's taking out final 11. Like it's like Jessica. Do I just want to do this? I can kind of see this. Like do John Mission, Danny there, then Jessica and Matt Blankenship here. I think maybe move Michaela there. I think Michaela just feels weird to be with these people at this point. I think she's probably closer to this, especially her second appearance. Yeah, I think we'll finish with this for now. It's fucking 4:03 in the morning. Who's my celebrity crush? It was Selena Gomez when I was a kid, when I was younger. At this point, I don't know. Yeah. So how many people do we still have left? We have now Shemaya. Yeah, essentially. We have 445 players to go. So what is that? Dude, actually, that's pretty fucked. Fuck me, dude. I just realized that. That's so many people still. Wait, let me see this real quick. Yeah, so we've gone through 311 divided by 751. We're only 41% through. Shit. Yeah. That's a shame. Wait, let me see something. So that's the average per stream. So that's what, like, somewhere in like 7 to 8 more streams. Or not 7 to 8 streams total, so like 4 to 5 more streams. Just do the rest in alphabetical order and call it a day. Maybe I will. Maybe I should just do the entire ranking in alphabetical order and just see how many people I control. Where's Alexis? I don't fucking know. Where is she? Here. Top 91. Actually, no, she would be Yeah, minimum 90. This person's athletically first. I assume it would be like Aaron, wouldn't it? It's 2 A's. It's like Aaron. Would it be Aaron Meredith first? And then Aaron Risen, what the fuck his name is? Anyway. Yeah, what do I call next stream then? Who's the most like funny person from this tier? There's not really anyone that funny. Do I just still name it Russ Swan? How far away is Russ Swan at this point? He's still quite a bit away though. It's kind of an issue. I guess like no. Shane Powers. Nyanka. Maybe. Let's see. Jenny Guzan Bay. Should I do Jenny Guzan Bay? What will Boo do? Yeah, no one's that funny at the top here. Is Matt Bischoff a top 5 pre-merge player? I assume he is. I've not seen anything 52 related. Also, I haven't really been looking that much. What number are we at again? It's like 312, right? We haven't gotten to high yet. Angie's high. I'm not sure if she's third. Feels high, but I don't know. For all I know, maybe. But yeah, we'll again once we're done. I think we'll do like a full on like analyze like all the like best pre-merger, best like that sort of stuff. At this point, it's just like too much of a mess to try to find people. But anyway, we're done for tonight. It's 4:07 in the morning. It's almost 5 hours in the stream, so that's fantastic. Next stream we'll do the same fucking thing. High, where's High actually? Is High soon? High's not even soon. He's like, oh yeah, he's down here. Oh. At that point, I might as well just do the Russ Swan. Even though he's so far away. Anyway. Yeah, next stream, we'll just do more of the player ranking. I doubt much will happen between now and next stream. I know Traders NZ will happen, but I doubt I'll watch the episodes. And even then, it's not like there's not much to talk about anyway. Yeah, generally outside that, I'm like, I'll probably Dispatch. I'll finish that. I'm not sure what I'm going to do after I finish Dispatch in terms of games I'm playing, but we'll see. I'll work more in the 50 review. Hopefully I'm able to make a decent amount of progress. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So, is the chess grandmaster a top 300 player? Yeah, we could see. Actually, no, we're outside the top 300 now, aren't we? Yeah, so he's not. What a tragedy. Anyway, but yeah, that's it. See you guys next time.